Pursuant to the 20th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the meeting of the 119th Congress of the United States, the House will come to order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gather us together, sovereign God, from the north and south, from the east and west, from the right and the left, and in your mercy, consecrate the work you have called us to do in this 119th Congress. As we convene to establish and uphold the laws of this nation, may we devote our hearts anew to you and stretch out our hands to receive your instruction. With our spirits oriented toward you, may we be willing to put away all selfish motives, any rancorous thought that may harbor within us, and the sin that we too often cling to, and allow no evil or wickedness to gain a foothold in or penetrate this tent of governance. On this day and the days and months and years ahead, may we be found to be free of fault and true of faith and allegiance when we lift up our faces to you. May we, without fear or reservation nor purpose of evasion, stand blameless before you and the people we serve. We ask this and pray your blessing on this Congress and on these United States. In the strength of your divine name we pray. Amen.
The representatives-elect and their guests will please remain standing and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. As directed by law, the Clerk of the House has prepared the official roll of the representatives-elect. Certificates of election covering 435 seats in the 119th Congress have been received by the Clerk of the House. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will have a minimum of 15 minutes to record their presence by electronic device. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting card may do so now in the speaker's lobby.
And it's the opening day of the 119th Congress, live here on C-SPAN. The Constitution mandates that a new Congress convenes at noon on January 3rd every 2 years. Here's the agenda for the day as planned. Right now on the House floor, a quorum call is taking place to find out how many members-elect are there. The members-elect record their presence by inserting their voting cards in the chamber's electronic voting machines today instead of a roll call vote. Then it's the election of the House Speaker, which is ordered by the clerk. The candidates for Speaker are nominated from the floor by their respective parties. We'll certainly hear Speaker Mike Johnson and Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries' names being called shortly, and there could be other nominations as well. Now, once a new Speaker is elected, we'll hear remarks by the Speaker-elect, and that's followed by their swearing in by the Dean of the House. The Dean is the longest-serving member of the House, and that's now Hal Rogers, Republican of Kentucky, first elected in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was elected president. After that, the oath of office for the newly elected and re-elected members will be administered by the Speaker, and the last order of business is the adoption of the rules package for the 119th Congress. If you're seeing different shots today, that's because C-SPAN's cameras are allowed on the floor on opening day, so we will be live with our cameras, which are usually controlled by the House of Representatives. Well, joining us today to help set up what's going to happen this afternoon is Daniela Diaz. She is a congressional reporter with Politico. Daniela, going into today, what is the headline?
Well, we're just going to see in just a few moments whether Mike Johnson will be re-elected as Speaker of the House. We are expecting several ballots to take place. He probably won't be able to clinch that nomination on the first ballot. Of course, the ballots being the roll call vote when all of the members say whether they support him for Speaker or not. But we do expect that to take place. It's unclear whether he will become Speaker. Right now, all signs point to that he will likely be chosen as Speaker after a couple of rounds. However, there are still some Republican conservatives that do not seem that keen on nominating him for Speaker. Of course, there's one that's already said he's absolutely a no, that being Thomas Massey, a libertarian from Kentucky. But it's really tentative to see who is going to be the no votes that we expect in the first round. And obviously, of course, this will take as many rounds as possible until there's a Speaker. Otherwise, as a lot of Republicans and Democrats have told me, this could be a really chaotic time for the House should they not have a Speaker. We've seen that before. We saw that take place just a year ago when they booted Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. So a lot of lawmakers, rank and file lawmakers on both sides, hoping that doesn't happen again.
So, Daniela Diaz, besides Tom Massey, has anyone else said no, a hard no yet? Speaker Johnson.
Right, he's the only one so far. However, there are a lot of far-right conservatives, a lot of folks on the House Freedom Caucus who have said that they haven't decided where they stand on Mike Johnson. Now, this is a way for them to be able to have conversations with the Speaker, soon to be possibly Speaker-elect again for the 119th Congress. This is a time when they are able to make requests from him, whether it be plum committee assignments, whether it be certain bills that they want on the floor, whether it be certain measures they'd like to see in that massive reconciliation package that they're hoping to pass within the first 100 days through a process called budget reconciliation that would include tax measures, immigration. So they have his ear, these far-right conservatives, and that's why they're taking this time to meet with him, to discuss what would it take for them to get to a yes on his vote. However, something to distinguish about Johnson that's separate of Kevin McCarthy this time 2 years ago is Johnson is saying that he doesn't want to make any promises to these far-right conservatives who want something from him in exchange for a yes vote. He wants to be able to go in and say, I'm going to lead this conference, I want to unite this conference, and I don't want to specify or make any promises to specific lawmakers. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens should he fail on that first ballot round, whether he decides to go back to his office and meet with lawmakers, start talking to them on the House floor, and we can watch that play out in real time with the C-SPAN cameras. So lots to see what happens in the next hour.
So 219 to 215 is the current breakdown in the House of Representatives, Republicans, Democrats. One wild card, Matt Gaetz was reelected. Could he vote for the Speaker today?
We are not expecting him to show up today. So far, as I sit here, I have not seen him in person near the House chamber. While he was elected into the 119th Congress, and of course, remember, resigned right after he was nominated to be Attorney General, and then of course said that he wouldn't return in January, it's unclear whether that means he can actually appear today and vote. From my understanding, based on Florida rules for the Secretary of State, he's not able to do that. But should he do that, it could be a sort of chaotic scene on the House floor to see him not only appear, but either cast his vote for or against Speaker Johnson. Really important to note, though, that President Donald Trump is for Speaker Johnson. He has, of course, been making calls on behalf of Speaker Johnson, has endorsed him repeatedly on social media and privately to rank and file members. So that is a huge endorsement that Speaker Mike Johnson have that he definitely needed going into today.
Well, we've heard from Paul Gosar and Eli Crane, both Republicans of Arizona, both saying that they will be supporting Speaker Johnson. What would be the purpose, do you think, of a no vote on the first round?
It would certainly garner a lot of attention, not only from the media, who are obviously watching this very closely, from reporters who, of course, want to know why a lawmaker voted no, but also from Speaker Johnson and leadership themselves, because that would mean a conversation, right? It would mean that they would huddle and talk about why that lawmaker said no and what it would take for them to go to yes. So that's why these lawmakers are not saying openly, a lot of these members on the House Freedom Caucus, conservatives, saying that they have not said whether they would support Johnson on the floor because they want those conversations. They want to be able to say, hey, I'd like to be able to be on this committee in exchange for a yes vote, or I'd like to be able to have a guarantee that my bill will see floor time. Those are the kinds of conversations taking place. But again, do want to reiterate that from my understanding, based on my conversations with Republicans and with leadership, Mike Johnson is not making any promises just yet to any rank and file members on their yes votes. He's just listening. He's trying to reassure them that he plans to be a great leader to them as the Republican leader of the Republican conference. So that's really what's taking place. But it would be, of course, a lot of attention for these lawmakers to say no on that first ballot or second ballot or third ballot, however many times it takes.
And we see Speaker Johnson on the floor right now greeting members and perhaps doing some lobbying. And just a minute ago, Daniela, we saw Nancy Pelosi on the floor, and it is being reported that she is wearing flats after breaking her hip. That would be a first for former Speaker Pelosi, wouldn't it?
It certainly would be. You know, she actually fell while she was on a codel abroad with a group of lawmakers, and she got hip replacement abroad. And because of that, she's been out of Congress for a few weeks leading up to the holidays and, of course, after the holidays. However, she posted yesterday on social media that she was flying back to D.C. She was not going to miss this speaker's vote. It is obviously very important to Democrats that they have full attendance. So Pelosi is here in flats, which might be the first time I could say in the years that I've covered Congress I've ever seen Nancy Pelosi in flats. But also Congressman Dwight Evans, who suffered a stroke last May. He has also been spotted near the House floor by my colleagues in a wheelchair. He has been absent from Congress since his stroke. So it's really interesting to see that he has showed up today, will vote, and Democrats have told me, I actually just filed the story as I was waiting to talk to you, that they expect full attendance from their rank and file members, from their caucus today, which is important because they want to be able to really command that and show their unity against Speaker Mike Johnson. It's not usually traditional that any opposite party members vote for the opposite party's speaker nominee or the majority's nominee. So Democrats are expected to vote for Hakeem Jeffries for speaker. Of course, that math is really important because do expect all Democrats to support Speaker or Leader Jeffries. So that's why Johnson needs all Republicans to support him as the speaker too.
What if some Republicans vote present? How does that change the math?
Well, not to be too technical here, although it is C-SPAN, it would mean that it could help Johnson be able to clinch the nomination. It just depends on how many members vote present. The big important detail to keep in note here is that he cannot have a lot of members vote no against him. That would mean he loses the speaker's gavel. And of course, Republicans, the last thing they want is for Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries to accidentally get the speaker's gavel because too many members vote present or no on the Republican side. So keep an eye on how that vote shapes out. And of course, Republicans plan to be watching that closely as well, because even if they plan to vote against Mike Johnson, they definitely don't want to accidentally end up with a Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, one of the legislative acts that is going to happen today is an adoption of the rules package. And one of the changes in the rules package is the motion to vacate the Speaker's chair. How has that changed in this Congress?
Well, in the past, as we've seen play out, when Republicans, conservatives booted McCarthy from the Speaker's chair, the way it's been is that one member, that's all it takes, can put forward a resolution to vacate the Speaker. And now that has changed. Should Republicans nominate a Speaker in the next couple of hours, should a Speaker be confirmed as Speaker and Speaker Mike Johnson retains the Speaker's gavel, it will now take 8 to 9 Republicans for them to be able to have enough to be able to motion to vacate the Speaker's gavel. So it went from 1 to a handful, and that is really, really important because it makes the ability for someone to be able to boot a Speaker much more difficult. Now, that was a rules package that was negotiated by the Main Street Caucus, which is a group of more centrist Republicans in the House GOP conference that worked with the House Freedom Caucus to pass that measure. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see, should that measure be adopted, how this continues. And of course, it's good news for whoever becomes Speaker, because it would mean that it will be much more difficult for them to lose that gavel.
Daniela Diaz, do we expect any other legislative business after the rules package and the election of the Speaker?
Well, there's a lot of new members, and they're here with their families, and even current members are here with their families today. I was walking around the House chamber, and you can just feel the buzz from lawmakers being with their families, showing them the House floor, being able to be here. So it appears that should the 119th rules package be adopted, lawmakers will clear out, be able to join the festivities for the new Congress. But then business continues tomorrow. The House Republican Conference is planning to meet to discuss this huge reconciliation package that they're hoping to pass in the first 100 days using a process called budget reconciliation. That means that they don't need Democratic votes to be able to pass legislation should it contain budgetary measures. That measure, of course, being tax policies, immigration policies. That is what Donald Trump is pushing Republicans to work on as soon as possible. And that is why we're seeing a lot of rank and file Republicans say that they want a Speaker's in the chair as soon as possible. They can start their work on that. They're planning to meet tomorrow at some point to discuss that package behind closed doors. And that's what we're going to see from this conference from Republicans in Congress, from the White House after January 20th, is that priority for the first 100 days be their #1 priority to try to get that package through.
There are 150 women out of 435 members in this Congress. Is that a record? Do you know offhand?
It is. It's also notable that this is the first time that there are the most Republican women in the House GOP conference and Democratic women. I mean, this is probably one of the most diverse Congresses in history. And that's notable considering, diversity in the Republican conference has been increasing also in the past 10 years. More women in the Republican conference over the last 10 years, trying to catch up to what it looks like in the Democratic caucus, considering that for a long time, the Democratic caucus has been seen as more diverse, more women in that caucus. This is really notable. And also a huge historic thing to note is that Tim Scott, actually, Republican Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, is now the longest serving black senator ever in Congress. He beats out another senator who had only served 2 terms. So he actually announced and congratulated his state for keeping him in office. And of course, he will continue to serve as a Republican senator of South Carolina in this next Congress.
Daniela Diaz of Politico, thanks for helping us set up the day for the opening of the 119th Congress. We've been looking at the House floor, where there are 63 freshman members, 33 Democrats and 30 Republicans. But let's go to the other side of the Capitol, over on the Senate. And they are swearing in new members there. And let's dip in and listen.
The names of the next group.
Mr. McCormick, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Murphy, Ms. Rosen.
Ready? Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Clerk will call the names of the next group.
Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Sheehy.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office upon which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Senator. Congratulations, Senator.
And that is outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris swearing in the new members of the Senate. There's about 10 new members of the Senate, about 10% of the entire body. And in the 119th Congress, the Republicans gain control. 53 seats to Democrats' 47 seats. Senator Thune, Republican of South Dakota, is the new majority leader. Senator Chuck Schumer of New York continues as the Democratic leader. And there are 12 new senators, as you can see, 6 from each party. It gets a little complicated in there, and we'll get into that in just a minute. But right now, let's go back to the House floor. You can see Speaker Johnson down there talking with his members. Let's dip in and watch for a minute. And you're watching live coverage of the opening of the 119th Congress on C-SPAN. You're going to see some different shots in the House of Representatives today because C-SPAN cameras are allowed in the House. Usually the cameras are controlled by the House of Representatives, but the Speaker has given us permission to bring our own cameras in there. So I hope you enjoy the variety of shots and faces that you have a chance to see. Matthew Green is a political science professor with Catholic University. He's author of a book called The Speaker of the House, and he is joining us to give us some context as we go through opening day procedures. Professor Green, if this were 50, 100 years ago and this were happening, would it look familiar to us? And would this look familiar to people from 100 years ago?
If we're talking 50 or even 100 years ago, it probably wouldn't look all that different. Obviously, there's no television cameras, but if we were in the House chamber, it would look very, very much like it does today.
What constitutionally is the role of the Speaker of the House?
So the Constitution says very little about the Speaker of the House. It says that the House shall choose its Speaker, and that's about it. So much of what the Speaker does, what the responsibilities of the Speaker are, have been determined or developed over time through rules of the House, practice, precedent, and so forth. And what's happened over time is the speakership has changed quite dramatically from the first House of Representatives to the way the Speaker operates and the powers he has today.
How so?
So when the speakership was first occupied, the House first met, the Speaker was largely seen as a parliamentarian position, there to sort of be a neutral arbiter of what was happening on the House floor. But over time, with the development of political parties, speakers began to be more of a party leader as well as a leader of the whole House. And then as the responsibilities of the House grew, the size of the House grew, the number of committees grew, and then of course the rise of things like the modern media, television, etc., the role of the Speaker expanded to one in which they have to deal with everything from how the House is operating internally to helping their party and its party's members win seats in the House.
Could anyone be nominated as Speaker, or do you have to be a member of the House?
So technically, the Constitution does not say that you have to be a member of the House in order to be Speaker. And so every once in a while people talk about, well, we could have someone completely outside the House be Speaker. And in some of these elections that we've had for Speaker, we've had folks nominate individuals who are not actually members of Congress. But there are a number of legal scholars who have argued that as a practical matter, you really could not do that. You'd be in effect creating a new House member, picking somebody who was not a member of the House to be a Speaker. We've never had that happen, so we don't know for sure, but it seems safe to say that it would be very difficult, not impossible, to have a non-House member be Speaker.
Last year, the Kevin McCarthy saga, several votes, ousting, and then et cetera, until we got to Mike Johnson in October. Has that ever happened before?
Well, we've never had a Speaker removed the way that Kevin McCarthy was removed, with a privileged resolution to vacate the chair, or what people often call a motion to vacate. That's the first time that had ever happened. It had been offered before, but never successfully passed. However, we have had in our history times when the House could not choose a Speaker on the first round of balloting. This happened in the 1920s, for example. So that in itself was not new, although to take 15 ballots, as it did for McCarthy to be chosen, that length of time to choose a Speaker we had not seen since the 19th century.
So we're in the quorum call right now. We're waiting for that to finish. And then what comes next?
So after that, we're going to have the vote for Speaker. There will be nominations. Each party will nominate their candidate, and then we will proceed to a vote. And what makes the vote so much fun for those of us who like to watch the House floor is that it's not done electronically, as this quorum call is being done, but it's done alphabetically. And every member is called by their last name, and then they have to say whom they are voting for. And so it takes a good 30, 45 minutes, and as you're watching, you can look for folks you think might not vote for their party's nominee, whether they choose not to vote or vote for someone else. And just as we had that, and we saw that drama in 2015, and it could conceivably happen again today.
As a political junkie, who are you watching today?
In terms of folks, how they're going to vote, well, certainly Tom Massey of Kentucky is a Republican who has said pretty clearly he's not going to vote for Mike Johnson, even though Johnson is his party's nominee. And then we have about a half dozen to a dozen other Republicans, folks like Chip Roy from Texas, who have said they're not happy with Johnson. They haven't necessarily said they'll vote against him, but they have expressed varying degrees of dissatisfaction. And so what they do in this vote, which is coming up, will help determine whether or not we have a speaker in the first ballot, or if we have to have multiple ballots.
What happens if 10 or so Republicans, again, 219 to 215 is the breakdown, 10 or so Republicans vote present?
So this is a good question because the way a speaker is chosen, basically there's two things that you need in order to get chosen speaker. First, you have to have the most votes. But second, you have to have an absolute majority of all the votes that are cast for a named candidate. So it could be Johnson or Jeffries, or it could be anybody, but it has to be a name. So if you choose not to vote or you vote present, it's as if you're not voting at all, and it's not counted towards the denominator. So, for instance, a lot of people are talking about how Johnson can only afford one defection, which is true. If Tom Massey votes present, doesn't vote, or votes for someone else, Johnson will still have a majority. But when you start having more defections, then how they vote will matter. So, for instance, if there are two defections, two Republicans who choose either to vote for someone else or not to vote at all, or vote present, then the outcome depends on what their vote choice is. If they, for example, those two members decide not to vote at all, they're not counted. And then the threshold that you need to get elected is not 218 as it is now, but 217. And in which case, Johnson would lose 2 votes, but he would have 217. He would have the majority, he'd still be speaker. But if those 2 Republicans choose to vote for another named candidate, you still need the 218. And Johnson would have 217, so we wouldn't have a speaker chosen.
So if everyone votes, 219, 215, Hakeem Jeffries does not stand a chance of being elected speaker if no Republicans vote for him, correct? If everyone votes for a name. But right, if Johnson loses 2, 3, or even 4 Republicans, he's okay. But once you have 5 or more, he gets into the danger zone, because at that point, he would only have at most 214 votes. And if every Democrat is there and votes for Jeffries, Jeffries has 215, which is more than 214. So then how those folks choose to vote, if at all, matters. Matt Green of Catholic University, we'll come back to you. Let's go to the House.
Are there additional representatives-elect in the chamber who wish to record their presence? If not, all time has expired. 433 representatives-elect have recorded their presence. A quorum is present. Credentials, regular in form, have been received showing the election of the Honorable Pablo Jose Hernandez Rivera as resident commissioner from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico for a term of 4 years beginning January 3rd, 2025. The Honorable Eleanor Holmes Norton as delegate from the District of Columbia. The Honorable James C. Moylan as delegate from Guam. The Honorable Stacy E. Plaskett as delegate from the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Amua Amada Coleman Radawagan as delegate from American Samoa. And the Honorable Kimberlyn King Hines as delegate from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. The clerk is in receipt of a letter from the Honorable Matt Gaetz of the state of Florida, indicating that he will not serve in the House in the 119th Congress. Without objection, the letters relating to his resignation will be printed in the record. Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress the name of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana. Welcome, everybody. I am optimistic about our future. On November 5th, the American people gave us a great opportunity to get America back on the right track. They gave us an opportunity to get back to normal and to get back to the real issues that the country faces right now. People want the opportunity to take care of their families. They simply want to provide for their children and give them a prosperous future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity today to do just that. We have an opportunity to take our country back. With Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and President Donald J. Trump in charge, we have the opportunity to put America first again. We have an opportunity to do something about crime. We have an opportunity to do something about the border. And we have an opportunity to take care of our veterans. We, and every single member in this chamber, and those of you watching at home and on TV, should be looking forward, knowing that America will be respected again. Our country is the last bastion of hope. If we fail, then who? This is why we are focused on the issues that the majority of Americans care about: God, family, country, faith, freedom, and traditional American values. And we should be making it easier for people to achieve the American dream. Over 14 months ago, Mike Johnson took on a daunting task. No speaker is perfect, and no one will ever be. However, achieving perfection requires incremental gains and hard decisions along the way. None of us will get exactly what we want. The fundamental collective goal of this body is to make progress for the American people in which we represent. And we have done just that under Mike's leadership. We should be celebrating and building upon his efforts, our efforts. Mike has remained the same kind and caring person as he was before he assumed this role. He's an honest broker. He shows you his true beliefs at face value. He is steadfast in his values of faith, family, and love of this country. He knows our brightest days are still ahead of us, and I do too. I am hopeful for the next Congress. I am optimistic that we will focus on those issues that people truly care about. I know Mike will be an integral part of this country's comeback. He will lead us through another successful Republican majority. As chairwoman of the Unified House Republican Conference, I can say proudly that we are ready to govern. It is my honor to present our conference's nominee for the Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I've had a little bit of practice, and clearly my colleagues took notice. I rise to place a name in nomination, but first, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Michigan for her heartfelt and personal nominating speech. As someone who's given a few of these, I can say you served your conference well, Representative McLean. But Mr. Clerk, today I rise on behalf of the governing majority of the House of Representatives. The American people have sent a strong message that they want their elected leaders working together to tackle the affordability crisis. There is only one leader in this chamber with a track record of compromise, conviction, and compassion. There is only one leader who understands the needs of the working people and has lived the American dream himself and is committed to ensuring its promise for future generations. There is only one leader who knows how to negotiate a bipartisan deal and then stick to that deal. House Democrats are united behind the most powerful legislative leader in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn. House Democrats, under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, are committed to bipartisanship and common sense solutions to America's most pressing challenges. In the face of chaos and dysfunction over the last 2 years, our caucus has kept the government funded, kept our allies protected, and the economy secured from the catastrophic default. In the 119th Congress, we will work with the incoming administration to make life better, safer, and more affordable for working families. And the incoming administration must also recognize that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are divided, and while compromise remains a dirty word for so many, Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries. Make no mistake, Democrats want to bring down the cost of living, build more housing, and lower the cost of everyday items like food, medicine, and childcare. Even as the extreme rhetoric rises in this chamber and in the public square, we will not stop advocating for the policies that do the most good for the most people. Because of Hakeem's leadership, we will never abandon our values or sacrifice our bedrock principles of freedom and democracy. When America's enemies abroad threatened our democratic ally, Ukraine, when terrorists attacked our strongest ally, Israel, it was Hakeem Jeffries and House Democrats who delivered the votes and stood tall for America's national security. When the least, the lost, and the left behind were threatened with devastating cuts, Hakeem Jeffries stood with America's mothers, children, and veterans. When the incoming administration wanted to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, leaving middle-class families to pay for the bill and leaving them high and dry, Hakeem Jeffries didn't just say no, he said, no. That's why there is only one true candidate today for Speaker. So, Mr. Clerk, I am honored to rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, the gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
The names of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative-elect from the state of Louisiana, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. And the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum. Game on. Game on. Loosen the tie.
That's really good stuff. This is what I should do. I won't.
You'll hear that.
Anytime. This box is ready.
Yeah, okay, you gotta go.
The roll now will be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Johnson. Allen. Johnson. Amo. Jeffries. Amode of Nevada. Johnson. Ansari. Jeffries. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant. Jeffries. Barr. Johnson. Barragan. Jeffries. Barrett. Barrett. Baumgartner. Barrett Johnson. Barrett. Johnson. Baumgartner. Johnson. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Begich. Johnson. Bell. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Johnson. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of South Carolina.
President Trump's endorsed candidate, Mike
Johnson. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bishop. Jeffries. Bobert.
Let us down, Mr. Speaker. Mike
Johnson.
Johnson.
Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Burkeen. Johnson. Bresnahan. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Johnson. Budzinski. Jeffries.
Burchett. Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bynum. Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamick. Johnson. Carbajal. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Carter of Georgia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Shifferlis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Ciscomani.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Cloud. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa.
Gentleman for Brooklyn, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Johnson. Crake. Johnson. Crawford. Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Quare. Jeffries. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De La Cruz.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Downing.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Alfred. Jeffries. Elsie.
Johnson.
Johnson. Emmer.
Johnson.
Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Estes.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ezel.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fallon.
The 4th District of Texas votes proudly for Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fedorchak.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Feenstra.
Johnson.
Johnson. Fields. Jeffries. Figures. Jeffries. Finstad.
Johnson.
Johnson. Fishbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fitzpatrick.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Flashman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood.
Johnson.
Johnson. Fung.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Friedman. Jeffries. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Garamendi.
Jeffries.
Garbarino.
Johnson.
Johnson. Garcia of California. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Gill of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Gillen. Jeffries. Jimenez.
Johnson.
Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Goldman of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Gomez.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Gooden. Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Graves. Johnson. Gray. Jeffries. Green of Tennessee.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Green of Texas.
And still I rise for the preferred candidate of liberty and justice for all, the hope and dream of his brave order.
The gentleman may respond by survey.
Green of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia, Johnson. Griffith, Johnson. Grijalva, Jeffries. Grothman, Johnson. Guest,
Johnson.
Johnson. Guthrie,
Johnson.
Johnson. Hageman,
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Hamadeh of Arizona, Johnson. Harder of California, Jeffries. Herodopoulos,
Johnson.
Johnson. Harrigan,
Johnson.
Johnson. Harris of Maryland. Harris of Maryland. Harris of North Carolina. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn of Oklahoma.
Johnson.
Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Hill of Arkansas.
Johnson.
Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga.
Johnson.
Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Hurd of Colorado.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Isa.
Speaker of the House. Speaker Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ivy. Jeffries. Jack.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jackson of Illinois.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jackson of Texas.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jacobs. Jeffries. James.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia. Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Johnson of Texas. Jeffries. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Kim Lagerdove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kiley of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Not. Johnson. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota. Johnson. LaMalfa. Johnson. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latimer. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Letlow. Johnson. Levin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Ricardo.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lou.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. Johnson. Lucas. Johnson. Luna.
MAGA Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Latrell. Johnson. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Johnson. McKenzie. Johnson. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Malloy. Johnson. Mann. Johnson. Mannion.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Massey.
Tom Emmer.
Emmer. Mast.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McBride. Jeffries. McCall. Johnson. McLean.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McLean Delaney. Jeffries. McClellan.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson. McDonald Rivet. Jeffries. McDowell.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McGarvey.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McGuire.
President Trump won in the electoral vote. I'm proud to legislate Mike Johnson.
Johnson. McIver.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Messmer. Johnson. Muser. Johnson. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks.
The Honorable Representative and Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Molinar. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of North Carolina.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moore of Utah. Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Moran.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Morelli.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Morrison. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Johnson. Nadler.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Nails. Johnson. Newhouse.
Mr. Johnson.
Johnson. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Jordan. None of Iowa.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Obernolte.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries. Omar. Jeffries. Onder.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi.
The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Johnson. Pingree.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Poe. Jeffries. Presley. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Randall.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Raskin.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York.
Binghamton University's Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rivas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Rogers of Alabama.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruley. Johnson. Rutherford. Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon. Simon. Jeffries. Simpson. Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Johnson. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland. Jeffries. Strong. Johnson. Stutzman. Johnson. Subramaniam. Jeffries. Suozzi. Jeffries. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Taylor. Johnson. Tenney. Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Tiffany. Johnson. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Talib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Tran. Jeffries. Turner of Ohio. Johnson. Turner of Texas. Jeffries. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew. Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden.
Johnson.
Johnson. Vargas.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Vasquez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. VC.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Vindman.
Jeffries.
Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg.
Johnson.
Johnson. Waltz. Waltz. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters. Jeffries. Watson Coleman. Jeffries. Weber of Texas.
James Michael Johnson, Louisiana's favorite son.
Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson. Westerman. Johnson. Whitesides. Jeffries. Weed.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Williams of Georgia. Jeffries. Williams of Texas. Johnson. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Womack.
Johnson.
Johnson. Yackham.
Johnson.
Johnson. Zinke.
Michael Johnson.
Johnson.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a parliamentary
I asked
inquiry?
why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I asked why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What was supposed to be temporary has now effectively become permanent. We must do something about this problem so that these 4 million. But I have a voice, and
The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson. Carson. Jeffries. Cloud. Johnson. Clyde. Clyde. Gosar. Gosar. Harris of Maryland.
Johnson.
Johnson. Roy. Johnson. Waltz.
Johnson.
Johnson.
If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Clyde. Clyde. Gosar. Johnson. Clyde. Johnson.
This is live coverage on C-SPAN of the opening of the 119th Congress. If you're watching along with us, you can see there that Representative Johnson does not have the votes to be Speaker yet on this first round of votes. The tally, 216 for Johnson, 215 for Jeffries, 3 for others. That adds up to 434. Matthew Green is a professor of politics at Catholic University. He is with us, and I'd love to show those 4 pages of math that you have been doing throughout this vote count. What happened?
Well, we knew that there were some Republicans who were unhappy with Johnson and talked about, if not voting against him, voting present or not voting. We knew Tom Massey of Kentucky definitely was not going to vote for Johnson. But we had more certainly than I had anticipated. And although many of them ultimately in the second round, when their names were called, decided to vote for Johnson, there were 3 Republicans who voted for other named candidates. And so as a result, Johnson did not have the 218 that he needed to get elected this round of Speaker voting.
Joining us from Capitol Hill is Michael Schnell of the Hill publication. Ms. Schnell, what's going on up there?
Yeah, it's we're still all digesting the vote tally here, but as the clerk officiates the votes and, goes through the roll to make sure they have it right, it appears that Mike Johnson has fallen short of winning the Speaker's gavel on this first ballot. As was mentioned, 3 lawmakers voted for somebody other than Johnson on the floor, 3 Republicans. Ralph Norman voted for Jim Jordan, Keith Self for Byron Donalds, and Thomas Massey for Tom Emmer. And because of that outcome, that leaves Johnson with just support from just 216 Republicans. All 215 Democrats supported Hakeem Jeffries. And that 216 number is problematic for Mike Johnson because it's short of the 218 that he needed to clinch the gavel. So this is not official yet. The clerk is going through it, but according to my tally, it looks like Johnson is going to fall short of the gavel on this first ballot.
And that's the same tally we have here on the set. Matthew Green, Catholic University politics professor, is with us as well. Could Ralph Norman change his vote from Jim Jordan, and could Congressman-elect Self change his vote from Donald?
I mean, theoretically, they can all change their vote. The 3 of them can change their vote if they want to. It's possible that the lawmakers who voted for Johnson could change their vote on the second ballot. Anything is possible here, but it's definitely going to require a whole host of conversations, perhaps some negotiation, to get Johnson the amount of support that he needs to clinch the gavel.
When do you expect that, if it takes place, a second round of voting?
Yeah, it's all a very tenuous situation right now, moving target, moving playing field. The first order of business will be the clerk officiating the results, and then we'll go from there to see if Mike Johnson decides to huddle with his conference, huddle with those lawmakers, or get back into another round of voting.
Michael Schnell, have you been able to be on the floor at all?
I was just in the House chamber, just ran down. I was up there for the vote, yes.
Have you had a chance to talk to some of the dissenting Republicans?
Not yet. Folks have not left the floor yet. Everyone is waiting to see the final tally and then see what Johnson decides to go from there.
Michael Schnell of the Hill, thank you for a few minutes and the update. We will be back in touch with you this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Well, Matt Green of Catholic University, could those 2 members, we don't expect Tom Massey to change his vote, but could Ralph Norman and Congressman-elect Self change their votes and to Mike Johnson?
Well, that's why it's great that C-SPAN's got these cameras so we can watch Speaker Johnson and his allies trying to have these huddles that you just heard about, these negotiations. And we can see him now sort of walking up the aisle here of the House chamber. I'm sure he's having these conversations, his allies are, whether they can be moved now or not. It may very well be that they're not going to change their votes for this round, but perhaps they would for a second round. But again, as you heard, the question is whether they would do that right away or if they want to hold out their votes for something they can get in exchange for those votes from the Speaker.
So he just left the floor. Speaker Johnson just left the floor. By the way, who is controlling the proceedings today? Because there is no Speaker-elect.
Right. So it's the clerk.
There is no Congress right now.
Well, the Congress has started, but the clerk, the acting clerk, the person who opened the proceedings today, is technically the person who is running the House until a speaker is chosen.
Because there are no members sworn in at this point.
Right. They're members-elect at this point. They haven't been sworn in, but more importantly, we don't have a speaker. And so until that happens, the highest-ranking officer of the House, who is the clerk, is in charge.
Now, you were doing a lot of math. Do you mind holding up those sheets? I just want people to see what was going on during the vote count, because we had lots. Here, why don't you give them to me, and I'm going to just show these underneath my camera here, just to give you a sense of what kind of math was going on while this was happening. And you can see here all sorts of math as more members changed or didn't change or didn't vote, et cetera, et cetera. 6 people held out. Or 6 Republicans held out, or 7, and all ended up voting for Mike Johnson. What's the strategy there?
Right. So 7 just did not respond when their name was called. They chose not to vote. And there were, a couple possibilities here. One, as this was happening, was that they just didn't want to vote for Johnson, but didn't want to vote for anybody else. And they didn't care if that meant that Johnson would get to be Speaker or not. The other possibility was that they were doing it to make a point, to say that you need our votes to get elected Speaker. We will eventually vote for you, but by doing this, we're making you sweat a little bit and show that we matter and you need to listen to us as this 119th Congress proceeds. As it turned out, they all did end up voting for Johnson. But it wasn't enough because you had these 3 who voted for other candidates and did not
Massey,
change their votes.
Norman, and Self.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay. And at this point, what do you expect to happen next?
Well, this is where the process of negotiation comes in, just as we saw 2 years ago when Kevin McCarthy was unable to get an absolute majority when he was running for Speaker in January of 2023. The question is whether those negotiations, as we heard earlier, those discussions are happening now, or whether or not, or if they're going to happen at a later point. And it kind of depends on the politics of the moment, what these members, what they want, why they voted the way they did, whether they're open to negotiation, and if so, what it is they want in exchange for those votes.
Matthew Green, often people are promised the first round. I will support you on the first round. Does that mean that some of the questionable votes, people who were maybe not in total support of Mike Johnson to be Speaker, could change their vote on the second round? And further muddle this process?
That is certainly possible. Johnson and his team hopefully were doing the things that a strong leader does when they have a good whip operation, which is they look and see what kind of commitment they're getting. And if it's someone saying, I will vote for you, period, that means something else than I'll vote for you the first time. And if there are folks who said, I'll vote for you the first time, they need to also be talking to them, as well as the folks, the 3 who wouldn't vote for Johnson in the first ballot.
It's ironic, maybe, that the 3 other votes, Tom Emmer, Jim Jordan, and Byron Donalds, all supported Speaker Johnson.
Mm-hmm. That's happened before. And it's also interesting that they either are in leadership or in leadership positions as well, as opposed to, outsider, first-time members kind of thing. But, whoever they choose in some ways is irrelevant, because the point is they didn't choose not to vote or vote present. They chose to vote for another candidate, which changed the math. And in this case, made it so Johnson, as of right now, does not have the votes to be Speaker.
When Pete Aguilar nominated Hakeem Jeffries, he said, from the party that governs. Mm-hmm. And you kind of laughed. What was that?
Well, one way of thinking about the way that any legislative body works, including the House, is what is the majority? And you can look at the majority in terms of just party affiliation and say, in this case, well, Republicans have more seats, so they're the majority. But there's other kinds of majorities as well. So one kind of majority is a procedural majority, which is, do you have the ability to control the agenda, to decide what comes to the floor? Another is a policy agenda. Do you have a majority to pass the things that you want? And I think what he was referring to was what we saw quite a bit in the previous Congress, which is even though Republicans had a numerical majority, they had more Republicans than Democrats who were in the House, there weren't enough willing to vote with the party on some key issues involving the agenda or involving legislation, and they would often have to turn to Democrats to get the votes they needed. So I think what he's saying there is, look, you may have more people, there are more people on your side than our side, but you have more people willing to defect. And so you're going to have to come to us when it comes to things that really, really matter.
All right, we were just seeing Steve Scalise, the majority leader, and Tom Emmer is the majority whip, correct? The Republican whip. The whip has confirmed that there will be another vote. So, and Speaker Johnson has left the floor. And let's watch the floor for a few seconds and let's see what's going on. We are back live at the House of Representatives, first day of the 119th, the election of the Speaker. Round one voting is nearly complete, or we're waiting for it to be gavelled out. Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Professor Matthew Greene is here on the set with us. Professor Greene, what do you see in that picture?
That's a great shot of two members of the House Republican Conference who have a tradition of causing trouble and pushing back against party leaders from time to time. In this case, one of them did vote for Mike Johnson for Speaker, but the other did not.
And is Tom Massey, is there any lobbying that can be done, in your view, to Tom Massey to get him?
You know, this is something that's going on the floor, and I can't speak for Massey, but I will say he has a tradition of being a sort of a lone gun, if you will, and doing his own thing. And he has said early and often he would not vote for Johnson, which certainly suggests that he is not open to persuasion. But, you know, who knows?
The fact that this is happening after the last Speaker election, Kevin McCarthy, 15 rounds or so before he got elected.
I can't think of a time in the history of the House of Representatives where we've had 2 consecutive Congresses where on the opening day or the first opportunity to vote for Speaker, no one wins the first ballot. I can't think of, it may be the first time in the history of the House that this has happened. And I think that speaks to the nature of congressional politics these days, that we have strong partisanship, right, which we always have for the Speaker races, but certainly people are not going to defect very often on big votes. But you also have division. You have division, especially within the Republican Party. And in fact, really since 2011, with one exception, we have had every vote for Speaker has had at least one defector from one or both of the parties. The only exception to that was the election for Johnson in the fall of 2023. So in some ways we're returning to form, but the fact that they couldn't even reach a majority, the majority party's candidate couldn't reach a majority on the first ballot on the first day of the opening house, and for 2 consecutive Congresses is really remarkable.
If you were a Democrat on the floor right now, how would you be feeling?
Well, Democrats would obviously prefer to be in the majority than the minority, but given that, I think they are thinking this is, again, just as Congressman Aguilar said, a sign that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for them to have influence because the majority party is going to have trouble governing.
Let's return to the House floor. And you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress live on C-SPAN. And for the second Congress in a row, no speaker has been elected, at least on the first round. We're joined all afternoon by Matthew Green, who is a professor of politics at Catholic University, the author of the book, The Speaker of the House. Professor Green, 3 members did not vote for Speaker Johnson. He has 216 votes. There are 219 Republicans in the House. We talked about Tom Massey voting for Tom Emmer, Ralph Norman, Jim Jordan, Keith Self, Byron Donalds. This vote has not been called yet, though. Could they change their mind?
Right. Well, I mean, I suppose that could be part of the conversation that's happening in the cloakroom or somewhere in the Capitol, that maybe get them to change their votes. But it seems more likely to me that they would just have a second round of voting, and in some ways, it's not really much of a difference either way, right? Either they call this and say you didn't get chosen on the first ballot, but if they can persuade them to vote differently on the second ballot, he'll still be speaker, and eventually people may even forget about this. But right at this moment, though, there's certainly a lot of pressure, I am sure, on those 3 members to change their votes, because without a speaker, it's very difficult for the majority party to do much of anything.
And this first vote, has not been called yet, correct?
As far as I can see, that's right. It has not been called.
What
yet.
does that mean? What's the significance of that?
It's hard to say. I don't really know what's happening at this point. Could just be that they're triple checking their numbers. It could be that there is some expectation that someone will change their vote. These 2 of these 3 will change their vote. I don't know, to be honest.
Well, it was 2 years ago that we went 15 rounds and a couple of days. Now, January 6th is the counting of the accreditation of the electoral votes in Congress. Is there any chance that that could push if there is no speaker elected?
Well, they have to do that. They have to do the count on that day. They're required to do so.
That's January 6th is the day that it has to happen.
Constitutionally to do it then. So on the one hand, that puts that really endangers. That puts a lot of pressure on the speaker elect, hopefully for Johnson to be speaker, because without him as speaker, it gets very difficult to do that. But it's not clear that we would not have a president if Johnson fails to become speaker by then. I honestly think that he will find the votes before then. But even if he doesn't, there are other ways possibly to go through the process of counting the electoral the electoral vote, the electoral ballots.
All right.
College ballots.
Tully McManus of Politico tweets out, reminder, if Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot, there is just one option on the table: adjourn the House. Without House rules in place, the chamber cannot recess, subject to the call of the chair. They'd need to adjourn with a certain day and time for reconvening. Do you agree with that procedure?
So let me get this straight. This is saying that
you can see it right over here on the screen. If Republicans need to regroup before starting a new ballot, there is just one option on the table: adjourn the House.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, I'd want to go back to what happened.
There are no rules in place.
Right. I don't want to go back to what happened in 2023, which was the exact same situation, is that there were no rules in the House because the speaker had not yet been chosen. But regardless of whether you adjourn or go into recess, the point is there would be a break. You can take a break. It's a practical matter. That might be what the Republicans need, is just a break so they can start negotiating and try to get some of those Republicans to vote for Johnson.
All right. That's an update from the House floor. I want to remind you that if this drama is not enough for you and you want to watch the Senate being sworn in, that procedure is going on C-SPAN 2 in the Senate. There are 12 new senators who will be in the Senate, and a new Majority Leader, John Thune. But we're sticking with the House here on C-SPAN. We'll be back shortly. Live coverage of the opening of the 119th Congress. You saw Representative Johnson there, the Speaker nominee for the Republicans, talking with two members who voted for other people. Ralph Norman, South Carolina, Keith Self, Texas. They both voted for other members. They're gathered there in the corner. Matt Green, Catholic University professor, what does this mean?
These are the conversations that have to happen for Johnson to get the votes he needs.
He needs these 2 votes to win, doesn't he?
Right. Assuming he can't get Massey, he needs those 2.
He's not going to get Massey. I think we can probably call that off the table.
It seems extremely unlikely, yes.
There he goes with Keith Self and Ralph Norman, the 3 of them, right? There they go. Okay. That's Ralph Norman in the lead, who was not expected to not vote for Mike Johnson. And Keith Self was kind of a bit of a surprise, too, wasn't he? He wasn't on our list of to watches.
They're leaving the floor.
With the speaker, right?
Yep.
There they go. All right. And again, to remind viewers, the gavel has not come down on the first vote. So it is still open. These 2 could change their mind, and he needs both of their votes. The vote count is currently 216 for Mike Johnson, 215 for Hakeem Jeffries, 3 for others. Tom Massey, Ralph Norman, Keith Self, all voted for another individual, and Mike Johnson needs 2 of 3 of those to be elected Speaker on the first vote. Am I correct in my math?
I believe that's correct. He needs 218.
And he's at 216.
Right. If those 3 who voted for someone else will vote for a named candidate in the next round, then it's still 218, so he'll need 2 of those 3.
And we just saw the 3 gentlemen, Ralph Norman, Keith Self, and Mike Johnson, walk off the floor.
Mm-hmm. So those conversations are happening. There's negotiations going on. Would love to be in that room.
Well, I'll tell you, the reason we have are able to get some of these shots that we're getting is because C-SPAN cameras are on the floor. The Speaker is allowed C-SPAN cameras to be at the opening of the Congress. Usually we do not control the cameras. They're controlled by the House of Representatives. But today we have that option. There's Tom Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene chatting on the floor as well. Tom Massey, is there any chance that he would change his vote? I see he is not part of the group of 3 that went off the floor.
Well, I suppose that's pretty telling. He's not in the conversation. So it doesn't bode well for him changing his vote. And again, anything is possible, but it seems, again, based on what he's said publicly for quite some time, he is a hard no on Speaker Johnson.
Thanks for sticking with us. We're going to be here and throughout this vote and potentially into the next one. And at the end of all this, we hope to hear from you and get your views on the opening day of the 119th Congress. Live coverage on C-SPAN. right, you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. Still on the first vote for Speaker. You can see the results there on the screen, or you could have. It was 216 for Mike Johnson, 215 for Representative Jeffries. 3 Republicans voted for somebody else. And as we await either for the gavel to come down and the second vote to start, or some members to change their minds, we want to take some phone calls and hear your voices on what you've seen so far the opening day. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers. 748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans, 748-8002 for Independents. We'll begin taking those calls in just a minute. We also have on the set with us Matthew Green. He's a politics professor at Catholic University, the author of the book, The Speaker of the House. You've written a couple of other books as well, haven't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I wrote a book, Underdog Politics, about the minority party, and also a book about the House Freedom Caucus as well.
And what did you say in that book? What was your conclusion?
Well, there's a lot of things I say about them, but if I had to summarize it, I'd say that it explains why members would be willing to join forces and challenge their own party leaders. And it's a combination of factors. But the main thing is that even if they don't win votes, they gain other things, political wins or even sometimes policy wins by doing that.
All right, so we're at 216, 215. As the math is now, Mike Johnson needs 218 to be elected. Tom Massey voted for Tom Emmer. Ralph Norman voted for Jim Jordan. Keith Self voted for Byron Donalds. We just saw Mike Johnson and Ralph Norman and Keith Self walk off the floor of the House just a few minutes ago. We've been playing with the math here. All right, what's the latest scenario that you came up with?
So remember that to be Speaker, you need more votes than anyone else, which is what Johnson has. But you also need an absolute majority of all the votes cast for a named individual. So at this point, because everyone's voted for a named individual, Johnson needs 218 votes. But if those 3 Republicans, one of them decides, yes, I'll vote for Johnson, but the other 2 just can't bring themselves to do it, but one of those other 2 instead doesn't vote or votes present, then the denominator changes and Johnson needs 217 votes, not 218. And
so
in that
one
case,
votes for
Johnson.
Mike
one
Johnson.
More votes for Johnson, so
one
he goes
votes
to
present.
217. 1 votes present, and the other, probably Tom Massey, votes for a third candidate. Because that third person didn't vote or voted present, now Johnson, by my math, needs 217, not 218, and he would be elected Speaker.
And the camera's been following Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina, around. He's the gentleman bent over having a conversation. So he is back on the floor. And there's Keith Self, the other of the 3, one of the 3 who voted for somebody else. Keith Self voted for his colleague, Byron Donalds, to be Speaker. So there's Ralph and Mike Johnson. Heading to the floor, heading to the well. Okay, there's Mike Johnson. Let's see. Let's just go ahead and watch. we see Ralph Norman, Keith Self, who did not vote for Mike Johnson, 2 Republicans down in the well talking to the clerk. I'm not sure who was standing behind him, but Mike Johnson was down there with him just a minute ago. Mike Johnson was talking with Hakeem Jeffries. So let's see what happens. This is the case, according to Matthew Green, Catholic University politics professor, where one could vote present, one could vote for Mike Johnson, and it would be over. Correct, Professor Green?
That's the math I've done. That's according to my math. We'll see.
And there's Mike Johnson there on the floor. So a little bit of politicking's going on here. I think he's trying to shut this down on one vote because the first vote still has not been called.
Correct. That's right. So perhaps they are there trying to change their vote.
And we left Ralph Norman and Keith Self down in the well. Don't know if they're still talking to the clerk or not. I presume they are. Did not see Tom Massey as part of this conversation. As he has said, he is a hard no. There's Ralph Norman again, South Carolina. Keith Self, the gentleman.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Norman is recorded as Jordan.
House will be in order.
Mr. Norman Johnson. Mr. Self is recorded as Donalds. Mr. Self Johnson.
Well, it looks like Mike Johnson has the votes to be Speaker, with Ralph Norman and Keith Self changing their votes from their first vote to Mike Johnson. The total is now 218 to 215. 218 was needed for a majority of 434 members present and voting. Representative Tim Burchett is joining us by phone. He is a Republican from Tennessee. Congressman Burchett, what just happened on the floor of the House of Representatives?
Well, you had 2 members. One had voted for Jim Jordan. I think the other one voted for Byron Donalds, and they just flipped their vote. There was a question of whether the vote had been called or not, and so I guess they decided, the parliamentarians had not called the votes. But now Speaker Johnson is Speaker Johnson once again.
On the first vote, we saw Mike Johnson, Keith Self, and Ralph Norman walk off the floor together in a trio. What was that conversation about? Do you know, Mr. Burchett?
I would say it was where they wanted to be philosophically, and what they needed to get that vote.
Now, you were on the list of questionables for Mike Johnson. I hate to characterize you,
okay.
but
No.
is that a fair characterization?
That's a very fair characterization. I
And
prayed
you,
about it, and I figured out what I needed to do.
why did you support Mike Johnson on the first ballot?
Because he's never lied to me, and I know where he's at philosophically. We just need to support him more in the conservative causes. And I think he's going to be a great speaker.
Tim Burchett, Republican of Tennessee, we appreciate your spending a minute with us. The House is back in session.
Of which the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 218. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 215. And the Honorable Tom Emmer of the state of Minnesota has received 1. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell. And the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Fields. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair.
And you're watching live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. It's January 3rd, which is a constitutional date when Congress, the new Congress, has to elect a speaker and go into business. Mike Johnson has been elected speaker, 218 to 215 to 1. He got the majority of 434 members. That is the full Congress right now. The full Congress is actually 435 members, but Matt Gaetz, who did get reelected from his district in Florida, chose not to be sworn in, so he is not in the Congress as of right now. Coming up in just a minute, Mike Johnson will be escorted down to the dais, and he will be introduced by Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader who came in second place when it comes to being speaker, by only 3 votes. So then we will hear from Mike Johnson after he is sworn in as Speaker of the House by the clerk. Mike Johnson will make a speech. He will swear in all the members-elect. There is technically no member of Congress right now until the Speaker gets sworn in, and he can swear in all 434 other members. 219 Republicans, 215 Democrats. That's what's going to be happening this afternoon. The drama or the process of electing a speaker has concluded on one vote. It did take about 2 hours. We started this process at about 12:45 Eastern time, and it was 2:36 when they finally declared Mike Johnson to be the speaker, and that was on one vote. Matt Green is with Catholic University, a politics professor. Professor Green, what's your assessment of what's happened so far this afternoon?
Certainly it certainly hasn't been as wild and drawn out as the last effort to elect a speaker after a new Congress in 2023. But at the same time, what we're seeing is a consequence of a very, very narrow majority that Republicans have, and the difficulty that both parties, but especially House Republicans, have had in keeping unified. When you have a very tiny majority on a vote where you're not going to get any votes from the other party, you've got to have everybody voting together. And it only in this case takes a handful to say no, to prevent or at least delay the selection of a speaker from the majority party.
And if you are just joining us, the vote had stood at 216 to 215. 418 was needed. 3 members voted for other people. Tom Massey, who promised that he was not going to vote for Mike Johnson all along, so he was already taken out of the equation, but he voted for the majority whip, Tom Emmer. Then Ralph Norman, Republican of South Carolina, voted for Republican Jim Jordan, and Keith Self voted for Republican Byron Donalds. Well, then we saw, because we have the C-SPAN cameras in there today, which is lovely, we got to see Speaker Johnson, Keith Self, and Ralph Norman huddle and then walk off the floor. Mm-hmm. What do you think happened there?
Well, we had heard from a congressman about what he thought happened.
Tim Burchett.
Yep, and so I think what Burchett said makes sense, which is that there was a conversation about what it is they need, what is it they want, and it could be anything from just a general promise to be a certain kind of speaker to something very specific. It can be bringing a bill to the floor. It could even be committee assignments. Who knows? I think we'll probably find out in the days ahead what that conversation was and what promises, if any, were made by Johnson.
But Ralph Norman and Keith Self had to walk down to the well, didn't they, to change their votes publicly?
Right, and that's a very important point, because we also had, I think, 7 Republicans choose not to vote
at all.
When their name first came up, which meant they would be called again. And so when their names were called again, they then said, I'll vote for Speaker Johnson. But because those 3 had voted, well, 2 of the 3, Massey never changed his vote, but the other 2 voted for a named candidate, they needed to go to the well and ask the clerk to change their vote, which is in some ways just a routine process. But if you watching on C-SPAN, they had to walk down, the clerk had to say what their names were, how they originally voted, how they were going to change their vote. So it takes a bit more of an effort, and that's why Johnson had to go to the back room and have a conversation with them.
I remember, and maybe you are too young to remember this, but it was in '94, I believe it was. Bill Clinton was president, Marjorie Margolis Mizvinsky, cast a vote on a budget tax bill. And she was basically sent down. They left, the Democrats were in control. They left the floor open, and she had to walk down to change her vote, and did not win re-election after she changed her vote in support of this tax bill. So it's a very public way to cast a vote, isn't it?
It is a public way, yeah. So that was that 1993 budget vote, and when she voted for the bill as a whole, after waiting a long time as a holdout, the Republicans basically chanted, bye-bye, you're leaving after the next election.
You do remember that.
Right. So these two Republicans who switched their vote, they may have made their party in the House happy, the conference happy, but if they have constituents who didn't want them to vote for Johnson, they're going to have to explain why they chose to go to the well and actually change their vote. And so that's why, I think you generally don't want to do that if you can avoid it, because it does put a great deal of attention, a spotlight on why you chose to change your vote.
And both Keith Self and Ralph Norman, as well as Tom Massey, at least historically, are from very, very safe districts.
Yes, but the politics that we have now, safe means safe from the other party, but not necessarily safe in a primary election. So that is where you still have to worry as an incumbent that you could lose re-election.
Who was the longest serving speaker? Do you know offhand?
The longest serving speaker was Sam Rayburn, who first became speaker in 1941 and then served off and on until his death in 1961.
Democrat, Texas.
Democrat from Texas.
What was his special power? What was his ability?
Well, he had a lot of special powers, but he was a very good fit for the nature of the House and the Democratic caucus at the time. He was very good at negotiating. He was very good at sort of balancing the different wings of his party. He had a northern liberal wing and a southern conservative wing. Part of that was discussions and conversation. Part of it was making sure that the southern wing had sufficient influence in terms of sitting on committees and being chairs of committees. It also meant keeping certain things off the House floor that would divide his party, particularly civil rights, until, not in his entire speakership, but for much of his speakership, trying to avoid the kind of public fights that would divide the party and give the minority Republicans leverage.
There was a speaker in the 1920s who was married to Alice Roosevelt Long. Mm-hmm. Joseph Long. Mm-hmm. Buildings were named after him, right? Nicholas Longworth.
Nicholas Longworth,
right.
Yes.
Was he an impactful speaker?
He was. He didn't serve as long as folks like Rayburn, or I should mention also Pelosi, also served as speaker for quite a long time. But in terms of his ability to govern the House, he was fairly adept at it. He also, interestingly, was part of negotiations for a protracted battle for speaker in the 1920s. Not his race for speaker, but for, I believe it was Gillette was the Republican nominee, and there were a progressive bloc in the Republican conference who didn't want to vote for him. So he was part of the negotiations to try to get them successfully to vote for the Republican nominee.
Well, there are 3 House buildings on the other side of the Capitol. We've talked about Mr. Rayburn. He has a building named after him, Mr. Longworth, and then Mr. Cannon. We'll find out about Mr. Cannon a little bit later.
Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Speaker Johnson, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, it's great to see you back in the chamber. Whip Clark, Chairman Aguilar, thank you for your kind and generous words of nomination. To my colleagues in government, new members of Congress, families, friends, all those assembled. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to welcome you to the People's House and the 119th Congress. The Bible teaches us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, 1st verse, that for everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven. It's fair to say that in a democracy, there's a time to campaign and a time to govern. The election is over. This is a new Congress. The American people need us as their elected representatives in this season to put down our partisan swords and pick up bipartisan plowshares. It's time for us to come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to get things done for the people. In that spirit, House Democrats will work hard to find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues in the incoming administration on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, in order to make life better for everyday Americans. For far too long in this country, the cost of living has gone up, but the size of the middle class has come down. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this great country who for decades have been struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers, and we need to build it now. It's time for us to come together and finally lower the high cost of living in the United States of America once and for all. And we will work with anyone of any party to get that done. We will work with anyone to secure our borders, and we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan manner. At the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. So let me be clear. Social Security and Medicare are not entitlement programs. They are earned benefits. Hard-working American taxpayers pay in to Social Security and Medicare every day, every week, every month, every year throughout their entire adult life. They've earned those benefits, worked hard for those benefits, and deserve those benefits. So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever. No means never. Our position is that it is not acceptable to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, cut veterans' benefits, or cut nutritional assistance from children and families in order to pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. House Democrats will fight hard to protect working class Americans and the things that matter to them, not the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare. Over the last 4 years, it's been a great honor for us to work alongside President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, whose administration rescued the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic, delivered historic infrastructure investments, created more than 15 million good-paying jobs, enacted common-sense gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, provided life-sustaining health insurance to veterans suffering from toxic exposure, championed the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world, which we will defend, and brought down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for your powerful, principled, and purposeful public service. Thank you. Two months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country. America is bigger than any one campaign, any one election, or any one individual. America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let us never forget that our country is free, not simply because we are strong. America is strong because we are free. That freedom is now under assault. There are some in this country who apparently believe that the freedom of economic opportunity that made them wealthy should not apply to everyone else. Our message to that crowd is simple. Democrats will never abandon the long walk toward freedom. We will fight hard to defend the freedom of opportunity that makes the American dream possible. We will fight hard for the freedom to vote and to fight for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We will fight for the freedom to organize and join a union of your choice. We will fight to defend the free enterprise system, but work hard to make sure that it actually works for working class Americans. And we will always defend a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. America promises one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's the America House Democrats will fight hard to preserve. God bless you. God bless the House of Representatives. May God continue to bless the United States of America. It is now my responsibility to present the gavel to the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the son of a firefighter, a God-fearing man, a husband, and a loving father of four, the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, all of our treasured colleagues here in the House. I'm grateful for this nomination. I'm grateful for this election, for the confidence this chamber has placed in me. It is the great honor of my life to serve this body with all of you. Of course, these are difficult days in our home state of Louisiana, where I come from. We all know about the terrorist attack in New Orleans, and it's really shaken our state. People are reeling from that attack. It took the lives of 14 innocent people, and it injured dozens more. And I wanted to begin appropriately today. If we could, I'd ask you all to join me in a moment of silence for the victims of this horrific act. Thank you. Thank you for that. I believe in giving honor where honor is due, and all of us do well to honor our spouses. My wife happens to be here this time. She didn't make it last time. It happened a little sudden. Kelly, would you stand up here in the gallery? Thank you. And we have our four children here, Hannah, Abby, Jack, and Will. We all stand up just really quickly. Come on. I wanted to do that. All of us recognize that there are no perks to being a congressman's kid, right? It's all sacrifice. And our spouses put up with so much, endless hours in travel and all the responsibilities upon us. And we're good to remind them how important they are to us and how we could not do the job without them. And so it's appropriate for all of us to do that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. This is a momentous time in the nation of the history of our nation. It really is. And as members of the 119th Congress, we are stewards of the great American Revolution that began almost exactly now 250 years ago, 1775 and 1776. It will fall at the time of this Congress, the great anniversary. And in these 2.5 centuries, we've been reminded repeatedly that freedom is never free. And we have stood tall as the greatest nation on the face of the earth. It is without debate. We are the freest, the most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been in the history of the world. And it's not by happenstance. We're the ones who settled the West. We're the ones who ended slavery, who laid the transcontinental railroad, who gave women the right to vote, who won 2 world wars, who landed on the moon, and who won the Cold War. Throughout our history, we have done what no one thought was possible. And still, at 250 years old, our nation is actually a young nation. This past fall, I had opportunity to go to the G7 speakers meeting. It was held in Italy. It's the only international trip I took as speaker over the last 14 months because I didn't have time to do it, but it was a quick 3-day jaunt, and met with my colleagues, the speakers of the other parliaments, the great governments around the world. And we talked about that, how really special America is, how unique we are in our place on the globe, and how important it is for us to maintain that. And as I talked to these colleagues from around the world, I thought, our closest allies,
who recognize how important we are, how important this body, this House is. I thought about how is it that such a young country has become so exceptional, so singular in its importance, that today stands as the world's leader in liberty and the economy and culture. 100 years ago, President Calvin Coolidge answered that very question in his inaugural address. It was March of 100 years ago, exactly almost. He said this: "We best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American." I love that. I love that. Today, yeah, that's right. That's an applause line. Today, my friends, our nation is the envy of the world. Why? Because we have been marked by a spirit and a people who are explicitly that. We are explicitly American. We don't try to be like other nations, and we recognize that a strong America is good for the entire world. And everybody around the globe knows that. That's right. We also recognize that the core principles that made America what we are must still be preserved today. The principles, I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but it's really the 7 core principles of the nation itself. Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. These are the ingredients, the things that made us who we are. And in America, we know that human flourishing is best achieved by adherence to time-tested truths. We could list a number of those simple truths. Here's a couple. It's better to give a hand up than a hand out. That innovation thrives when bureaucracy dies. The simple truth that it is parents and families and not administrators that must be in charge of their children's education. The path of prosperity has long been paved with policies that put America and Americans first. And that is what we will champion in the 119th Congress. We have a mandate, and that was shown in the election cycle. The people want an America First agenda. They do. Sadly, for the past 4 years of divided government, too many politicians in Washington have done the opposite. Open borders and overregulation have destroyed our cities and stifled innovation. Inflation and weak leadership have left Americans poorer, and they have placed our country in a perilous position. That's right. But in recent months, we've witnessed something happening, something that's really remarkable, a political moment in our modern history, a groundswell of Americans from every state, race, and religion who now demand that we put the interest of Americans first again, and we will, and we will. This is a powerful new coalition of our country. It's a coalition that insists that we purge the policies of America last and we bury them in the graveyard of history's mistakes, because it was a big mistake. To that end, this Congress will renounce the status quo and we will listen to the voices of the people. We will act quickly and we will start by defending our nation's borders. That's the #1 priority. Yes. In coordination with President Trump, this Congress will give our border and immigration enforcement agents the resources that they need to do their job. We will secure the border, we will deport dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens, and finally finish building the border wall. You said you'd work with us on that, Hakeem. I'm counting on it. After 4 years of high inflation, we have a big agenda. We have a lot to do, and we can do it in a bipartisan fashion. We can fight high inflation, and we must. We'll give relief to Americans, and we'll extend the Trump tax cuts. We're going to protect our industries from one-sided trade deals, and we're going to bring overseas investments back to America's shores. That's right. We'll defeat the harmful effects of inflation, and we'll make life affordable again for America's hardworking people. As leaders of a nation with vast natural resources that God has blessed us with, it is our duty to restore America's energy dominance, and that's what we'll do. We have to apply common sense. We have to stop the attacks on liquefied natural gas, pass legislation to eliminate the Green New Deal, that funding. We're going to expedite new drilling permits. We're going to save the jobs of our auto manufacturers, and we're going to do that by ending the ridiculous EV mandates. And as heirs to the American Revolution and the descendants of patriots who defied tyranny, in the coming months, we are going to pass legislation to roll back the totalitarian fourth branch of government known as the administrative state. We're going to drastically cut back the size and scope of government. We're going to return the power back to the people. And in coordination with President Trump and his administration, we are going to create a leaner, faster, and more efficient federal workforce. We need to do that. Our people do not deserve to be ruled by millions of bureaucrats they've never voted for, never met, and can never hold accountable. They deserve a government that is led by those they've elected to lead. That is how Article 1 is supposed to work. That was the idea of the Congress, and we will return to that principle. The American people have called on us to reject business as usual and throw out the status quo. We must and we will heed their call. This is especially important as it comes to our nation's military. For too long, the Washington establishment has sought to appease and accommodate our nation's adversaries. They've tried to replace our military warriors with social justice warriors. It does not work. And while we're still the most powerful fighting force in the history of the world, by God's grace, the same establishment has eroded the capacities of our Army and Navy and diminished the readiness of our Air Force. We have to put an end to this madness. My friends and my colleagues, I think we should all unite in this idea. It is time now to reinstate fear in our enemies, refocus our mission on lethality, and realign our commitment to peace through strength right now. We have to prioritize the things that matter most. We have to make adequate investments in defense. This is the most dangerous moment since World War II, and everyone around the world is looking to America and looking to this body to ensure that we maintain the peace. What we're proposing now is just simply, as President Trump likes to say, a return to common sense. And he's exactly right. That message resonated across the country. I am very thankful, personally, that this body is filled with men and women who are committed to that change, to return to common sense. We can do this together. We should. It is our responsibility to do so. When I first took this gavel, many of you heard me say that I don't believe in luck or consequence. I believe in the idea of providence. And this morning, I participated with many of you early this morning in the 119th Congress Interfaith Prayer Service. It was held at St. Peter's Catholic Church. Many of you were there. It was an ecumenical service and a bipartisan service, which was great. My good friend Hakeem Jeffries began by a reading with the Old Testament. He read out of Deuteronomy 10. And then I was asked to provide a prayer for the nation. I offered one that is quite familiar to historians and probably many of us. It said right here in the program, it says right under my name, it is said each day of his 8 years of the presidency and every day thereafter until his death, President Thomas Jefferson recited this prayer. I wanted to share it with you here at the end of my remarks, not as a prayer per se right now, but as a reminder of what our third president and the primary author of the Declaration of Independence thought was so important that it should be a daily recitation. Let me just read you that prayer. It goes like this. Thomas Jefferson's Prayer for the Nation, it's entitled. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail, of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. That was Thomas Jefferson's prayer. Yeah. Suffer not our trust in thee to fail. We will not fail. We cannot fail. We are all in this together. Our nation is counting on us to band together and solve these problems and get this done. I've said before that I believe God has elevated each one of you, that's just my belief, to your positions of leadership. And it's an act of providence that you've all been placed in your specific roles in this specific moment at this historic time, at the 250-year inflection point of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is no small thing. We're also witnesses to the providence that spared our incoming president, President Trump, from the assassin's bullet, remarkable as that was, and to the new coalition of Americans that has risen from every creed, color, and cul-de-sac who want us to put America first. Our people are asking for a thriving economy and a rebuilt middle class and strong borders and a strong military, and we can deliver that. See, these objectives and these aims don't have an R or a D behind them. They have a USA. That's what we're about. In just a few moments, we're all going to take an oath. It is the same one oath for one nation and under the banner of one great American flag. This is an opportunity for us to protect our shared American heritage, to maintain the conditions needed for self-government, and to defend what Hakeem said earlier, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Working together, we have the potential to be one of the most consequential Congresses in the history of this great nation, so long as we work together, we do the right thing, and we put America first. As we think about all we've accomplished in the past 250 years, we can only imagine what life will be like 250 years from now. Whatever the future may look like, if we do our jobs now, we can help ensure that our civic virtues will endure, that this nation will still be an example to all the world for its greatness and its example of self-government, and that in spite of our great challenges and even our disagreements and our healthy debates, this extraordinary institution, the People's House, will still be standing strong. Thank you all so much, and God bless America. So as the sequence of events requires, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to administer the oath. Hold just a second, Dean. We don't have the microphone on yet.
We celebrate our shared American self-rule. When our founding fathers rejected calls for an American king and chose a bold and innovative government of self-rule, it was met by opposition, understandably, by the world's kings. They said, "You can't govern yourself. You need a king to direct the country." They said, "It's only a dream, self-rule." The founding fathers said, "You're right. It's the American dream." And thus, our founders said that we should move on our own with our own leadership. The Speaker of the House is the critical protector and promoter of self-rule, the keeper of the dream, if you will. And we've elected this man from Louisiana to carry on our bold experiment in democracy and self-rule. So, sir, if you're ready to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter, so help you God?
I do.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker. Well done. Thank you.
You may as well remain standing, because according to precedent, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse. The members-elect will all rise, and the chair will now administer the oath of office. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Thank you. Congratulations, you are now members of the 119th Congress.
And you're watching live coverage of the 119th Congress opening day. The Congress has now been sworn in. There are 434 members of the Congress. There is a Speaker of the House elected on one ballot. That one ballot took about 2 hours, though, and that is Speaker Mike Johnson from Bossier City, Louisiana. He has been reelected. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader of the Democrats. So one vote got Speaker Johnson elected. It was a little bit dramatic at times. The vote was left open. It was 216 to 215 in favor of Mike Johnson. He needed 218 to win. And one person voted for somebody else, and that was Tom Massey, Republican of Kentucky. So the vote was left open. Two votes, two people, Ralph Norman and Keith Self, had voted for other members of Congress. They and Speaker Johnson were huddled on the floor. We were able to see that because C-SPAN has its cameras there today. And they walked off the floor. And according to all sources, or several sources, they got a phone call from Donald Trump. And Ralph Norman and Keith Self then came to the well of the floor and changed their votes, their original votes, and voted for Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson became Speaker of the House on the first ballot. Now, Keith Self is a Republican from Texas. Here is what he tweeted out afterwards on X. He said that my sole focus was advancing the Trump agenda. To ensure this, I expressed concerns to Speaker Johnson about fiscal responsibility and holding the line on deficit spending, key priorities for my constituents. So that happened after the fact. We've had the Speaker sworn in. We've had the Congress sworn in. The next thing on the agenda is the approval of the rules package. We are joined here at C-SPAN by Catholic University political science professor Matthew Green. Professor Green, what's the significance of the rules package that they included on day one?
So after the start of every Congress, the House of Representatives passes a rules package, and that set of rules governs the way that the House will operate. And for the most part, the rules don't change very much from one Congress to another. But if there is a new majority party, or if there are perceived flaws or problems that are in the existing rules, then after an election, the majority party may desire to change the rules to address those concerns.
Some of the rules that have been changed. Number one is motion to vacate threshold, motion to vacate the Speaker of the House chair, raised to 9 members.
Yes. So this is a clear response to the problems Republicans had in the previous Congress.
Where one person.
Exactly. Now, if we want to go back a little bit further, that was the standard rule in the House for many, many years. And then it started to be used by conservative Republicans who were unhappy with their leadership. So when Nancy Pelosi and Democrats took over the House, they changed the rules so that you had to be from the party itself, not just one member, had to make this motion, or technically it's a privilege resolution to vacate the chair. But as a part of the negotiations that Kevin McCarthy made with Republicans to get elected Speaker, he went back to the original rule, which proved to be very problematic because Congressman Matt Gaetz used that rule to force the House to consider whether to keep him as Speaker, and they voted not to keep him as Speaker. So this is a clear response to that, where Republicans aren't going to go to the Pelosi model, but they are going to raise the threshold. So you need 9 Republicans to offer this resolution, or offer it and then co-sponsor it, in order for it to be privileged.
Anything significant about 9?
I don't know where the number 9 came from. I will say what's significant is that more than 9 Republicans chose not to vote for Johnson, at least initially, in this ballot. So they may have been signaling to him, look, there's more than enough of us to meet and exceed that threshold if we're unhappy with your how you're doing as Speaker.
Also in the rules package, the Oversight and Accountability Committee is being renamed back to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. The Office of Diversity and Inclusion for the House is being eliminated. Significant?
So the first thing you mentioned is a naming is a naming change. I would argue that is not significant. Certainly, with a Trump White House, Republicans in the House are probably a little less concerned about holding the White House accountable.
And we're going to go back to the House live.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Leader the gentleman from Louisiana, the Honorable Mr. Steve Scalise.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Leader the gentleman from New York, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Yay! The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have elected as Majority Whip the gentleman from Minnesota, the Honorable Tom Emmer.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Whip the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1, resolved that Kevin McCumber of the state of Illinois be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that William McFarland of the state of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant-at-Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Catherine Spindor of the Commonwealth of Virginia be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from Michigan.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Aguilar of California, that Jamie Harrison of the state of South Carolina be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that Becky Cornell of the state of New York be and is hereby chosen Sergeant-at-Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Brooks Scannell of the state of Massachusetts be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 208A of the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints Reverend Dr. Margaret Gruen Kibben of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to act as and to exercise the duties of the chaplain of the House of Representatives effective today. The chair will now swear in the officers of the House. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations.
Here.
And this is live coverage at the opening day of the 119th Congress. Next on the agenda is a debate on the rules for the 119th Congress, and then a vote, and that should be the end of the day. There may be some one-minute speeches, etc., at the end of the day, but we do want to let you know that Donald Trump has tweeted out that congratulations to Speaker Mike Johnson for receiving an unprecedented vote of confidence in Congress. Mike will be a great speaker, and our country will be the beneficiary. The people of America have waited 4 years for common sense, strength, and leadership. They get it now, and America will be greater than ever before. Debate on the House rules.
From the state of Louisiana has been elected Speaker, and that Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
For a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolved that a committee of 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 3, the Chair announces the Speaker's appointment of the following members to the committee on the part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and the Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, as Speaker, and Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. One hour. And then
And live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress. The debate on the rules package will begin momentarily, and we will certainly go to it as soon as it starts. We talked about the motion to vacate. The threshold is up to 9 members. We talked about the renaming of the Oversight and Accountability Committee back to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. Some of the other rule changes that are coming up: elimination of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and an authorization for subpoenas from the House Judiciary Committee related to the Department of Justice's Biden investigation. Matthew Green is a professor of politics at Catholic University here in Washington, D.C. He is with us. Professor Green, the DEI elimination and the subpoenas elimination, are those significant rule changes?
I guess it depends on your perspective. I think the DEI certainly reflects the view of the Republican Party at large. We're skeptical of DEI initiatives. So, whether that is a good or bad thing, I think it's not surprising that the Republicans would do that. As far as the DOJ, this certainly suggests that the House Republicans are going to continue their investigation into Biden, the Biden family, how the Biden family was investigated. Whether that's sustained or not is unclear, because technically Republicans have majority in the House, majority in the Senate, and the White House. And so whether they want to focus on that as opposed to other issues that might be important to the Republican Party with unified control of government, it's hard to say.
When we were talking during the break, you mentioned that there was another rule about privileged resolutions that was significant to you. What was that?
Right. So one of these rules changes is that instead of one member being able to offer a privileged resolution to vacate the chair, or a motion to vacate as people call it, that threshold's been raised to 9. But in addition, it only applies to members of the majority party, meaning as before, any member, Republican, Democrat, could offer a privileged resolution to vacate the chair, and it would be privileged. It would have to come to the floor. But this new rule says only Republicans, because they're the majority party, can offer a privileged resolution. So if 9 Democrats want to remove Johnson, they have to offer a resolution under the regular order, and that resolution would go to a committee where it could be killed or could die. They can't force the House to vote on it. This is the first time, I think, in the history of the House that the ability to remove a speaker under special rules, if you will, or a privileged process applies only to members of one party.
That debate on the rules package will begin momentarily, and that should be the end of business for the House of Representatives today. They will be back on Monday. Monday is a significant day, January 6th as well. What's going to happen
Big day.
Monday?
Well, that is the electoral college votes are counted, and that's when they're tallied up, and then whoever has the most electoral college votes becomes the president of the United States.
And does the Speaker have a role in that?
So the Speaker does preside over the House during that process, which was why a number of people were concerned that if Johnson did not win this vote today, the House would not be able to proceed with its constitutional duty to count the ballots and determine who the winner was. That probably was not the case, but that's one of the things that made this vote so significant for Speaker.
In the counting of the ballots, does the Senate have a role?
So the members are there, the House and Senate, and actually it is a bicameral process. So
Senate
it's not
comes
just
over to the House.
Right, exactly, yeah. So there is a formal process, and I believe if I remember correctly, the Vice President is there who's counting the ballots.
So Vice President Harris will be presiding over the counting of the ballots. Al Gore did that in 2000, I believe, after he lost the presidency.
Richard Nixon in 1960. Same thing. It's a little awkward when you ran for president.
That's kind of a tough assignment, isn't it? We've been watching Kamala Harris over on C-SPAN 2 with the greeting the new members and having pictures taken, the new members of the Senate, and kind of probably a tough assignment.
Yes, but that's the beauty of our democracy, that if you lose an election, you still have to follow the rules, and this is a process that you have to follow, even if it means you are literally presiding over your own election loss. 12
new senators, 63 new members of the House of Representatives out of a total of 435 seats, 15% or so. I hope I did my math almost correct, about 15% turnover in the House of Representatives. 33 new Democrats, 30 new Republicans. There are 150 women in the House of Representatives, again, 435 total, which we learned from a reporter earlier is a record. And there's a record number of Republican women. There's also over 100 veterans in the current Congress. So just want to share those tidbits with you as we go. We're going to return to the House of Representatives and the rules package debate to begin momentarily. And as we wait for the rules package to be debated in the House of Representatives, we kind of want to do a recap of the last, let's see, it's going on 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. We began all this at noon when the House is constitutionally required to come into the session for the new Congress. So we've been at this for about 4 hours this afternoon. House has been doing all the heavy lifting. We've just been adding commentary. And I'm glad you've been with us. And it's always fun on opening day and big events like this when we get to put our own C-SPAN cameras and our own C-SPAN crews on the floor of the House, because then we get some different angles and different shots that you don't always see. And for the most part, the cameras, for the all part, the cameras are controlled by the House of Representatives except on these special days. So we appreciate the Speaker allowing us to put our cameras in there, and I hope you have noticed that we're getting some unique and fun shots. Matthew Green has been with us all afternoon as well. He is with Catholic University, a political science professor. Professor Green, we saw some pretty unique stuff going on throughout. We saw a lot of lobbying. We saw Speaker Johnson talking with members. We saw some of the members caucusing. Tom Massey, who was the only no vote on the Republican side in the end, who voted against Speaker Johnson, talking with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And according to a tweet that came out, Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she was on her phone, I don't know if you were watching then, but if you were, she was on her phone, she was talking with Susie Wiles, who is President-elect Trump's chief of staff, according to several news reports. She was on the phone with Susie Wiles. At one point, we saw two of the dissenters, Ralph Norman and Keith Self, walk off and first huddle and then walk off with Speaker Johnson. According to several news sources, President Trump called and talked to both of those members, who then came down and changed their vote. In a historical sense, how would you rate today?
It was pretty
You know, I'm sorry. I gave, that was one of those questions that, you know, you're just kind of a prop for me, and I apologize for that.
I mean, it's important. It's significant. It's very unusual in the history of the House to have either an election where no one is elected speaker, or it is a delayed process, as we saw with these negotiations happening in the cloakroom. We ended up having Johnson elected on the first round, which is the norm for contemporary congressional history. But we had, 7 Republicans initially refused to vote, 3 who voted for someone else. So there was this, it took longer than usual. It was also this negotiations that were happening as well. And I'm just going to second the fact that I think that the ability of C-SPAN to have their cameras showing all these different angles is a real blessing. And I would wish that this was the norm in the House of Representatives, because it really helps the American people who are watching see politics in action.
Well, as you know, political viewers know, President Trump endorsed Mike Johnson for Speaker prior to today. And then when Mike Johnson and Ralph Norman and Keith Self, 2 Republican members, walked off into the cloakroom, several news sources are reporting that President Trump called and talked with both Keith Self and Ralph Norman. This is after the Speaker election was finally finished. The result was 218 for Speaker Johnson, 215 for Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, and 1, Tom Massey's vote, for the Republican whip, Tom Emmer of Minnesota. Here is the Truth Social post by Donald Trump. Congratulations to Speaker Mike Johnson for receiving an unprecedented vote of confidence in Congress. Mike will be a great speaker, and our country will be the beneficiary. The people of America have waited 4 years for common sense, strength, and leadership. They'll get it now, and America will be greater than ever before. Professor Green, would it be safe to say that the House of Representatives is the strongest scene or place for the Democrats to push their own agenda?
Well, they have they have a large minority in the House of Representatives. That's right. It's a very, very tiny majority for Republicans. And we heard Congressman Aguilar say earlier on the floor that we have the procedural majority. So in some ways, Democrats will have, because of their size, considerable leverage. But the question is, what is that leverage for? So it may be hard for them to have positive agenda control or positive legislative influence, meaning what they would like to see enacted it may not really happen or not happen very often, but preventing things from happening because House Republicans may be divided, that is more likely. But there could also be things, these sort of must-pass bills, appropriations bills, things like that. Republicans have to get them enacted. And that's where Democrats might be able to negotiate, at least on the margins, and get some things in those bills that they would want in exchange for their votes.
In the first round of voting, well, the only round of voting that we had, several Republicans did not vote at all. We talked about the 3 dissenters who voted for other people, but there were 7, 8 Republicans who did not answer when their names were called. What was their strategy?
It's hard to say what they were thinking, but my guess at this point is that they were demonstrating to the Speaker that their votes were needed and that he could not get elected Speaker without their votes. In fact, in theory, if enough of them had chosen not to vote, Jeffries could have been elected Speaker. And they weren't going to let that happen, obviously. But by doing that, they're signaling to the Speaker, we matter, we're important, you need to listen to us.
This is a report out by a reporter from ABC. A bleeding Representative Virginia Fox is currently receiving medical attention. Holding her nose as she receives aids, appears to have fallen down marble stairs on the west side of the House. Lots of blood, but officer tells me she's okay. As press is cleared from the area, she is conscious and talking. Virginia Fox, a Republican from North Carolina. She was sitting right behind Lisa McClain when Lisa McClain of Michigan introduced or nominated Mike Johnson. Gray hair, glasses. She's been up there for a long time. Western North Carolina is her home district. Speaking of falling down marble steps, we also saw somebody else on the floor of the House who had fallen down marble steps in Luxembourg.
I'm sorry, you're referring
Nancy
to
Pelosi.
Oh, yes, okay.
And broke a hip.
Right, and so Pelosi she was injured. She was able to come back to the floor of the House. But I think what these 2 incidents have in common is the fact that when you have a very, very small majority or a very narrow margin between the 2 parties, the health of your members matters, their ability to come and vote. So maybe Johnson won this vote today and was Speaker, but if he has a few members who can't come for whatever reason, health reasons or whatever, and all members of the Democratic Party show up, he won't have a working floor majority. And so this is one of the stresses that come with the job of being a Speaker with a very, very small majority.
But he also has control over the schedule and keeping a vote open, correct?
So there is the ability of the Speaker to not have things, and the majority party in general, keep things from the floor. And yes, this has happened in the past where the majority party has kept the vote open. We just saw that, right, with the vote for Speaker in order to get more votes. But keeping a vote open won't help if you have members who are hours away or hospitalized and can't come. And then keeping things from the floor might help in the short run. But if there's an agenda you want enacted, and it needs to be enacted sooner rather than later, and you can't do it because you can't get members to the floor, it's at a minimum an inconvenience, but at worst it can potentially derail your agenda.
Matt Green, is it too early to write the history of Nancy Pelosi's speakerships?
So every time I have seen a history told of Nancy Pelosi, she goes and does something else that's historic or significant. She is not Speaker. She's not going to be Speaker again, so I suppose might be a safer time to try to write the history of her speakership, but she's still a member of the House. She still has a lot of influence among Democrats in the House. It's entirely possible that she may be a player in some future legislative negotiation that we haven't thought of.
According to Kyle Cheney from Politico, Judge Merchant is saying he will sentence Donald Trump on January 10th. How does that add into the conversation of politics and inaugurals and vote counts?
This is a wild card. Trump's the legal issues surrounding Trump, both legally and politically. You know, I have a hard time. I'm very hesitant to predict the future when it comes to what Donald Trump will do or what will happen to him. He's such an interesting wild card player in American politics. So I have no idea.
Well, let's go back to the House of Representatives. We talked earlier about the longest serving speaker. That was Sam Rayburn. There's a building named after him. We talked about the husband of Alice Roosevelt Longworth, Nicholas Longworth. There's a building named after him. There's a third building on the House side named the Cannon Building. Who is that named after, and how was he as a speaker?
So that was named after Joseph Cannon, who was Speaker of the House. He was from Illinois. He served from, I believe, 1903 to 1910 as Speaker, though he'd been a House member before and after, actually. And he was probably one of the, if not the strongest speakers in terms of procedural power that we've had in our history. He controlled the agenda. He determined committee assignments by himself, not with other members. And his sort of iron grip over the House gave him and Republicans a lot of power, but it also became a political liability as Democrats started to call him Czar Cannon and say that he was an autocrat who was keeping things from coming to the floor. And it ended up hurting him among progressives in his party who felt that he was blocking their agenda. And that actually, his speakership was the first one in which the House recognized a privilege resolution to vacate the chair, this ability to remove a chair. He was not removed, but the House did, by a bipartisan vote, weaken his power. He then called for a privilege resolution or a motion to vacate his position as Speaker, which he won, so he remained Speaker. But the Republicans lost majority in the House after 1910, and Democrats deliberately adopted a model of a speakership that was less centralized than the Cannon model.
We haven't talked about Speaker Newt Gingrich in a while. Elected in 1994, the Republicans came in 1994. He was Speaker from 95 to 98, something like that. Mm-hmm. What was his impact?
His impact was pretty significant, actually. Jeff Crouch is a professor at American University, and I recently wrote a book about Gingrich and talked about how he rose to power and what his speakership was like. He, in some ways, inaugurated a newer model of the speakership that was closer to Cannon's because he personally exercised more influence over the House and sought to further centralize power in the speakership. And there were other things that he did as well as Speaker that continued after him. But if nothing else, he was the first Republican Speaker in 40 years. And that itself was a significant shift, almost an earthquake on Capitol Hill, with Democrats no longer in the majority and Republicans now in the majority with a new, younger, and a Speaker willing to flex his muscles.
We're still waiting on the House to come back and finish debate or start debate on the rules package for the 119th Congress, but off in the Speaker's lobby is the ceremonial swearing in of members of the House. You can see Speaker Mike Johnson swearing in members. He will go back and forth, for all the members who want to have a picture taken with their families. Both D's and R's come, and they did the same thing for Nancy Pelosi as well when she was Speaker. This is a ritual on Capitol Hill. Kamala Harris has been doing the same thing in the old Senate chamber in the Capitol on the Senate side. So, and that was happening on C-SPAN too. So let's dip in and watch this for a while, see if they have any chats.
Speaker, we got a crew.
Hi, good to see you. Honey, can you say hi to the speaker?
Good to see you. You're such a strong family. Yeah. Good to see you. We sure are glad you won.
You can have you stand right on here on this side. We'll have you right there. We can have somebody come around on this side.
Okay, all right. I think we can stand right here.
There you go. All right.
Tell her, look.
That's stuff for this.
Can you look in the camera?
We're going to have you look at this camera. Ready? Right here. 1, 2, 3.
Smile, honey. Thank you.
Appreciate you. Yes, sir. We got a lot of work. We did. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, y'all. Thank you.
Hey, there he is.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You're a good man for doing this. All right.
Got it? Oh, it's still on.
All right.
I think that's like 300.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of pictures. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Singers always ready for pictures.
Already voted.
Speaker, congratulations. Yeah, Michaela Hunt.
Congratulations.
Hey, congrats, Speaker. All right. Long road. Yes, indeed. All right. We're praying for you, brother. You and Kelly and your
There he's coming. Okay. Hi.
Hey.
Congratulations.
All right.
Yep, we'll have you guys go now. And it is going perfect. We're going to move these quickly for the same
Congratulations. Thank you so much. And to you.
I'm going to have you come on this side of the center. Rob, come on over, Rob.
Oh, yeah, right.
All right. Thank you.
Super talented. Super important.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you. Congratulations. Wow, this is a big group. That's awesome. Y'all know how important it is.
Who's the important guy? One ballot. God bless you. Thank you.
Because they're afraid of you.
Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations.
It's just, I've seen this movie before, so I didn't.
Leslie wanted us here.
So real quick.
Thank you.
I got a nod. I don't know. I got a nod. We're here.
Hey, thank you. We're talking, so I think we're done.
Congratulations.
One day. Thank you.
How's it going? Congratulations. My wife, Jenny. Who's this? It's Abby, my daughter, Speaker of the House. I used to get confused for him, but then he became Speaker. Yeah. He didn't wear glasses like oh, you hold it now. We'll do it right now. How do we do? I'm really sorry if you ever get mistaken for me. I got some errors. Congrats. Easy. All right, brother. Good job. Got it? Give me some. Absolutely. We will. Thank you.
Rhode Island. Congratulations. Appreciate it. Even though, how do we do this? Okay. So even though I'm from Rhode Island, I've lived in Louisiana for 3 years. My second favorite state. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Thank you.
You're doing double duty, sir. Well, this was real good with my son's Bible, and then I used it when I got sworn in as a state senator. And they're not here for freedom to do this. So now I'm sorry they're not around.
Right, I'll hold it. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. How you doing, man?
Everybody loves you. Hey, Speaker.
Yes. How are you, sir? Never a doubt.
Oh, thank you. Emotional support. We're going to raise it right here.
She's lovely. She's lovely.
Thank you. Congrats.
Sorry about that. Is this what we're supposed to do or we're supposed to? Okay. Left hand.
Right here. Maybe one more.
He knows. I love this thing. So thanks, man. Congratulations.
This, the speaker is going to stand right there, and then we'll see if we can just smile it around.
How you doing, Johnny Carter?
Yes, sir. And then can I have one or two more people come on this side? Please? To that side by your parents. Oh. Hey there,
Congratulations.
Okay. Right, sir? Yep, great.
Good shot.
Yes, now the hard work. All right, we're going to raise our right hand, guys. No, we want you to look at that one. It's a little confusing with 500 people.
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
You too. Thank you.
What do we do? How do we do it? Take on the Bible and we raise our right hand. Okay, right there. There we go. All right, good. All right. Hey, Speaker, congratulations. We're Dojan Caucus, so we need some wins to cut, and I'm with you. We just got to figure out how to do it together. So hey, go get them. Enjoy today, and we'll chat next week. Go get them. Peace.
Thank you. Hey, little family.
We are so proud.
There you go. God bless America. That's Speaker Johnson.
I have not seen her. Tell her I love her and I will see her. Congratulations. Well, we're thrilled. Thank you, Mike. All right, they're ready for you over there.
All right.
Congratulations.
We will.
You like my little defense line in my speech? We got a fun defense.
Trust me.
I was paying a lot of attention.
Hey, has everybody met the speaker?
Hey guys, oh hey.
Introduce yourself.
Yes?
Hey, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Hey sir, hey, congratulations.
This is staff. There's not enough room for all of our families. How do we do this? So,
Yeah, you hold the Bible. Left hand on there, we raise our hand.
okay. We'll take these glasses off.
Yeah, glasses.
I shouldn't have done that. This one right here. Got it?
Y'all know how important he is and how important he is to me. I mean, he's like a steady, faithful,
I'll tell you what, this man has had the, and if you read the little clock section, I say this, and I'm telling you, I'll tell you.
He says that all the time. One more.
Oh, okay.
And the speech was really good.
I love the prayer.
Appreciate it. Good to see you. Yeah.
There we go. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's back.
Thank you.
See y'all. What's up, Mike?
Yay!
Thrilled? You thrilled?
Congratulations. So excited for you.
I got a million people coming through here. Yeah, they're going to make you rock. Thank you.
I know.
Hey, it's trending again. You're on fire. You're on fire, Brian.
You look amazing.
To your
Yes.
All four.
Yes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And you two for everything. Y'all had a big couple of years, you two.
Well, so have you.
Nothing in comparison, boss.
Thank you
Awesome.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Congratulations. So glad you won.
I was praying very hard. I'm so excited for you, Mr. Speaker.
Where's my Bible?
Right here.
Bible in the front Bible, no less.
Stand on this side right here.
You've done this before.
Yep, sure.
He's got to be in this too, right?
He's going to make his way in there. He's going to find his way in there.
He's done this before.
There you go.
Right here?
Right here.
I'm looking at you right now.
Look at that middle camera.
Right here. Just looking at him right now.
So glad.
So excited.
So I think keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
We done? Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. Congratulations.
Thank you for all you did.
Right here behind the little kiddos. Right. Are we seeing everybody? We're good? Okay.
Awesome. Pretty good. That's key. I love it. Oh, for the college, of course. Yeah, awesome. Guys, congratulations. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Here we go. So I think you put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand.
Could you,
Oh, yeah. He administered my oath. So. Got it? Thank you. Thank you.
That's my Bible.
First of all, congrats on the speaker position.
Yes. I'm your new friend. You just don't know that.
Well, they're taking my selfie instead of your photo for some reason.
I'd like to be just with you if I may.
I'll hold it. You put your hand on it.
Okay, all right. One more, please.
Look at this crew. Guys, what's your name? Wilson. Wilson? Oh my goodness. Wow. You're so blessed. Okay. Ready? Stay with me all day. Take pictures. All right, man.
Hey, congratulations. Stand up straight.
It's awesome.
I know you stole the show.
We'll have to bring it back. Right. I'll get the award for That's awesome. Yes, how are you? Speaker. You got the whole team. Hey.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Thank you.
You guys all California?
From everywhere.
I'm afraid they're going to tax me.
And C-SPAN's live coverage of the opening day of the 119th Congress continues. You can see Speaker Johnson there doing the ceremonial swearings in with all the new members and old members, 434 of them. So he goes from spot to spot. All the speakers in the past have done this, but this is Mike Johnson's first time doing this because he was elected October 2023 in the middle of a session, so he has never had the chance to do this ceremonial swearing in. It's always fun to watch, and it will continue to air on C-SPAN 2 once the House of Representatives, on the right side of the screen, comes back into session to debate the rules package, and that's what we're waiting on right now. It's the last order of business on the opening day of Congress that we are aware of. Of course, it's been a interesting afternoon. One vote to elect Mike Johnson as Speaker. That vote did take 2 hours. It took some cajoling and some conversations. And Mike Johnson was elected with the bare minimum of 218 votes. Hakeem Jeffries received 215. And Tom Emmer, the Republican whip, received 1. And that was by Republican Tom Massey, who held out and did not vote for Mike Johnson for Speaker. So that's what's going on. The House of Representatives should be coming back into session. We're going to put the numbers on the screen. Hopefully we'll be able to talk to a few of you about what you've seen this afternoon, and you can see them up there on the screen. The area code for all is 202-748-8000 for Democrats, 748-8001 for Republicans, and 748-8002 for independents. We'll begin taking those calls as soon as we can. Republicans have
Chair
two,
recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota.
and the House is back in session.
Speaker, I have a privileged resolution at the desk and
The clerk-
ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 5, resolution adopting the rules of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress and for other purposes. Resolved. Section 1, adoption of the rules of the 118th Congress.
Consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. I also ask for unanimous consent to include in the record the section-by-section analysis of the resolution.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House will consider a rules package governing how this body conducts its business in the 119th Congress. In November, the American people sent us a mandate grounded in limited government, fiscal restraint, individual freedom, and America First principles. Our constituents sent us to Washington to correct course from the previous 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, an administration that unleashed an onslaught of regulatory burden, woke policy, federal debt, and a porous southern border on the American taxpayer. Those taxpayers spoke with a clear and resounding message that change must happen. HRES 5 is the framework by which this body will deliver that change. The Constitution tasks this body with the governance of ourselves, ultimately accountable to the people we answer to every 2 years. With this rules package, we illustrate a House of Representatives that is modernized and efficient, yet accountable and transparent. It incorporates feedback from every corner of this body, updating those provisions which are unworkable or outdated, while maintaining core constitutional principles. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, parliamentarian staff, former Chairman Burgess's staff, and countless others who worked tirelessly to craft this package into what we will consider today. I also want to highlight some of the important changes in this rule package before I yield to Ranking Member McGovern. This rule package improves the way this body conducts its business through streamlining or improving internal processes to better reflect how the House of Representatives is supposed to operate. It raises the threshold by which a resolution declaring the office of the Speaker vacant may be offered, ensuring that such dramatic and seismic decisions are made through consensus and forethought, not by rogue personal vendettas and last-minute chaos. It continues to allow committees to permit the use of electronic voting and remote witnesses, speeding up the process by which bills are considered, and committees have access to expert witnesses for their respective hearings. In addition, the package continues to improve the committee electronic document repository, streamlining the process by which documents are posted by the committee on rules and committees of jurisdiction. Finally, the package continues to work regarding the appropriate use and integration of artificial intelligence in the operation and function of the House, ensuring members, offices, and staff have access to modern tools and resources. The resolution helps this body deliver on our mandate by the American people. The resolution requires that all general appropriations bills have a spending reduction account to help address the bloated federal budget and consequently the ever-growing federal debt burden. The package establishes several new provisions or points of order against measures that continue the unsustainable growth in federal spending and bureaucracy. As an example, members may raise a point of order against a bill that increases direct spending by $2.5 billion. It also requires CBO to provide information on the inflationary impacts of the legislation where possible. Finally, this package extends certain rules and authorizes to ensure the continuity of our important work in the 118th Congress. It extends the subpoena enforcement authority for the Judiciary's committee investigation into Attorney General Garland's production of documents related to Hunter Biden to ensure no one, including President Biden or his son, is above congressional accountability. It also extends the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the U.S. and China Communist Party to develop policies addressing the CCP's economic and geopolitical aggression. Finally, it provides for consideration several measures that represent the opening salvo of House Republicans' agenda: securing our border, energy independence, and protecting life and liberty. And I am proud to stand here today to bring forward this rules package and want to encourage my colleagues to support the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to take issue with the word choice of the gentlelady from Minnesota, who kept on talking about a mandate, Republican mandate. Where's the mandate? Is it in the room with us? Maybe it's hiding under the table, but the last time I checked, Republicans actually lost seats in the House of Representatives. Republicans now have the slimmest majority in nearly 100 years. So, one would think, given the closeness of the election, that we would hear more about the importance of working together and bipartisanship. But you'd be wrong, and that's reflected in this rules package. Mr. Speaker, it's truly kind of unbelievable that we're at this moment right now. We're down here debating the revision to the revision of the rules package. This time, again, after Republicans worked out another backroom deal. And what concessions were so important to bring the House to a standstill while they redrafted their package once again? Well, the last-minute addition we were all just sitting around waiting for says that bipartisan suspension bills can't be debated on Thursday or Friday. Never mind if there's an emergency like a national disaster or a terror attack, we can't move quickly. That's actually why this extreme Republican majority wants to make this change. They hate bipartisanship. They hate bipartisanship. And what was the change they made earlier today? What was the big emergency? Changing words like child to son and daughter in our ethics rules. I mean, they're obsessed with this stuff. It's not just weird, it's discrimination. Meanwhile, a few months ago, we received over 40 rule change proposals at our member day hearing in the Rules Committee, and zero of them are included in this package. Instead, we get some last-minute backroom deal. Now, I'd love to hear why those ideas were all blocked, but we don't even have a rules chair to ask. We have no idea where any of this came from, and we had no time to review it all. So forget about the 72-hour rule. We didn't even get 72 minutes, and they're already making a mockery of this legislative process. And as I said, I mean, we don't have a chair of the Rules Committee. Usually at this moment, I would congratulate the new chair of the Rules Committee, but we're in the very odd situation of not having a chair of the Rules Committee right now. And I think that's just one small sign of the disarray and dysfunction that we've been seeing around here for the last few years. I mean, we're debating a rules package, and Republicans don't even have a chair of the Rules Committee in place. I mean, who wrote this? Who wrote this? Maybe the gentlewoman can tell us who wrote these rules. Maybe she can tell us who decided to block dozens of amendments from both sides of the aisle and the many bipartisan amendments which were blocked with no explanation at all. We know it was done in the back room somewhere with no accountability, and that's about all that we know. And speaking of back rooms, the only reason Speaker Johnson got enough votes is because two members emerged from a back room after huddling with the Speaker and changed their votes to support him. God only knows what they were promised in order to cave to change their views. But for the last 2 years, all the American people have been asking us to do is work together and get stuff done. What a radical idea. I mean, actually working together and getting stuff accomplished for the American people. They want us to reject extremism and polarization. And the very first thing, that this now even smaller Republican majority decides to do is to go into a back room and cave to their most extreme members. And sadly, I'm not surprised. I wanted to believe that maybe after losing seats and getting nothing done in the last Congress, just maybe they would change. But clearly Republicans have decided to double down on the dysfunction. So buckle up, everybody, because Republican incompetence is about to reach staggering new heights. 2 years ago, the other side promised openness, transparency, and action. Instead, look at what they delivered. Look at what they delivered. Constant disarray, never-ending dysfunction, and complete and total inaction. And why? Why all this dysfunction? Because they refuse to work together with Democrats. Instead of working with us, they shut this place down. They ran the most closed Congress in history. Think about that. They would rather shut out voices, shut down ideas, shut off debate, and silence democracy. They'd rather do that than work together. Now, that's not what the people voted for. At least that's not what people in my district voted for. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Republicans ran the most closed Congress in history, ever, period. They allowed no amendments to most bills, no opportunity to make bills better. They told America to take it or leave it. Democracy be damned. They talk about an open process. Give me a break. They blocked 6,000 amendments over the last 2 years. 6,000. They're blocked. And so I don't want to hear any lectures about bipartisanship. Give me a break. They rejected 67% of bipartisan amendments. How's that for bipartisanship? Speaker Johnson even shut out his own members. 57% of their own party's amendments were blocked. Open process, my foot. This is how they run things in the Kremlin. It's not how they should be run here in the United States Congress. I mean, give me a break. So forgive my skepticism when I hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle about bipartisanship and fairness around here, because Republicans have broken that promise over and over and over. Look at how much time we wasted last Congress while we were waiting around for Republicans to fight with each other instead of fighting for the American people. They spent weeks wasting taxpayer time and money because they couldn't elect a speaker, not once, but twice. Weeks wasted where Congress didn't do a damn thing. And now they have the nerve to lecture people about government efficiency? Come on, get real. How many times last Congress did they just send everyone home because they couldn't even pass their own bills? How many times did they miss their own deadlines? And when anything did get done, it was Democrats who stepped up to get it done. Hands down, Republicans ran the most ineffective, incompetent, and chaotic Congress in history. And you'd think that Republicans would reflect on their failures and maybe try to work toward solving the nation's pressing challenges. You'd think, but you'd be wrong. Because the big Republican change to the rules, and this is their grand idea, is to shield the Speaker from accountability. They blocked dozens of good rule changes that were suggested by members of both parties. But the one big change they made is to empower the radical right. Apparently, there's not a lot of spine around here because Speaker Johnson, like former Speaker McCarthy, picked extremism over compromise. Did anyone even bother to ask Kevin McCarthy how that worked out for him the first time? Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, a Speaker of the House of Representatives is supposed to represent the entire House, not just one party. But a vote for these rules means that only Republicans have the ability to call for the removal of a Speaker. They are doing something totally unprecedented. For the first time in history, they are changing the rules to take away a basic right of the minority. That's nuts. What's next? Only Republicans can vote? That might as well be what they're saying here. And it's crazy. And it's all about empowering the radical right rather than sitting down together and trying to work things out. Democrats and Republicans should be working together to hash out our differences and to get things done. Speaker Johnson should have run for majority leader if he didn't want to represent the whole House. But he didn't. He ran for Speaker. And apparently nobody told him that as public servants, we are here to do a job, not keep a job. So I appreciate the words of the gentlelady about these rules and their agenda and all of that. But unfortunately, that's all they are. Words, talk, chatter. It all means nothing, because the last 2 years have shown us time and time again that the Republican leadership says one thing and does another. Rules for thee, but not for me, is their motto. And the American people suffer because of their dysfunction and extremism. We had an opportunity to begin this Congress in a more bipartisan way, in a way that would give the American people some confidence that we will get stuff done. And instead, we begin with this, and it's a shame. And with that, I reserve my time.
This time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate consistency, and I have heard the same complaints from the gentleman before. And I do appreciate that the ranking member mentioned that we should buckle up, because the Republicans have the majority in the House, the majority in the Senate, and President Trump will soon be sworn in. So we do need to buckle up, because we are going to do the job that the American people sent us to do. We have much work to do, and this rules package will help us do it. And with that, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady and distinguished member from Minnesota for yielding. I rise today in support of this rules package for the 119th Congress. I might remind my friends on the other side of the aisle, I know it's been a while since they've been in the majority, but when you win the majority, you do have the opportunity to make the rules. The Constitution lays out several activities for us in Congress, and one of those is what we're undertaking today. Among them is for the House to adopt its rules package. While it's not the most exciting of tasks, it is important to and will govern the work that we do for the American people. This rules package includes a few changes and improvements that will help the House to be more responsive to the needs of the American people. This package raises the threshold for vacating the office for Speaker, which is necessary to avoid the chaos and personal vendettas from derailing our work as it has done in the last Congress. This package extends subpoena enforcement authority for the Judiciary Committee's investigation into Attorney General Merrick Garland's production of documents. This ensures that no one, including President Biden or his son, is above the law. Finally, it provides for a dozen bills that will allow us to immediately get to work in this new Congress and start to secure our border, unleash American energy, and protect life and liberty. President Trump is ready to deliver on his America First agenda, and House Republicans must be ready to work alongside him. As a member who has served on the Rules Committee, I will be supporting this rules package so we can start working as soon as possible to contend on behalf of the American people and finally get our country back on track. I urge my colleagues to support this rules package and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Debate on the rules package will continue in just a moment. However, the chair now will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to, as Conres 1, concurrent resolution extending the life of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, let me, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say to the gentlewoman from Indiana, I'm glad she's proud of this rules package because, and I'm not surprised by that, because she, along with other Republicans in the Rules Committee, were responsible for blocking 6,000 amendments in the last Congress, and basically blocking 40 amendments, many of them bipartisan, that were brought before the Rules Committee to be part of this rules package. So I don't think that that's something to be particularly proud about. And to the gentlelady from Minnesota, again, thank you for reminding us, reiterating my words about buckling up. But, you know, you buckle up because you're in danger. And we are in danger as we look toward some of the items that my Republican friends want to bring to the floor. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 4895, the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, to lower drug costs for Americans covered by private insurance plans under a modified open rule so that all members can offer amendments to the bill, unlike the 12 closed rules that are in this Republican rules package. Mr. Speaker, despite Republican opposition, Democrats have been fighting to lower prescription drug costs so that Americans have access to medicines that keep them healthy. Thanks to Democrats, the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, allowing Medicare to directly negotiate drug prices, capping out-of-pocket costs at $2,000 annually under Medicare Part D, and providing needed relief for our seniors. But we can't stop there. The Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act would extend drug price negotiations to every individual with private health insurance. It would prevent price gouging by drug corporations, and it would provide affordable access to prescriptions for 164 million workers and their families. And if my Republican colleagues truly want to help our constituents keep more money in their pocketbooks and keep hardworking families healthy, they will defeat the previous question and take up this much-needed bill. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield to discuss our proposal. I'm going to yield a minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the previous question. For the first time in history, thanks to the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, the federal government is negotiating lower prescription drug costs for American seniors that will produce real savings next year. Now, if we pass this motion, then we'll be passing my Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, which expands these savings to everyone or every American who has private health insurance. So now as seniors, but it will extend to every American who has private health insurance. Now, we've already seen the incredible savings that can be generated by price negotiation. Last year, the Biden administration negotiated lower prices on 10 drugs, and beginning next year, seniors will save an estimated $1.5 billion on those drugs. Now, imagine the savings if these lower prices were available to all Americans with health insurance. That's what we're doing here with the previous question. There's no reason this should be partisan. President-elect Trump once touted that he would, and I quote, negotiate like crazy over prescription drugs. Well, this is the opportunity for us to lower everyday prices for American families, and if Republicans are serious about reducing costs, they would join us in supporting this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
I want to thank my colleague for yielding, Mr. Speaker. This November, the American people called for a government that works, a Congress that functions, and leadership that delivers results. To achieve this, we must raise the threshold for the motion to vacate from 1 to 9 members, ensuring stability and preventing a small faction from disrupting progress while maintaining accountability and the ability to govern effectively. This common sense change will help us focus on issues like lowering costs, securing borders, supporting law enforcement, and strengthening the economy rather than being paralyzed by internal strife. But to move forward, we have to understand from where we came. In the 118th Congress, a small faction of the Republican conference, together with the entire Democrat conference, repeatedly disrupted our efforts to deliver for the American people. This group wielded disproportionate power, causing significant disruptions, such as ousting a speaker supported by 97% of the conference and blocking rules backed by 95%. These actions undermine the unity and focus of our conference, jeopardizing the ability to address the challenges facing our great nation, Mr. Speaker. Both Speakers McCarthy and Johnson face challenges in addressing these groups' tactics, and as any action risked further obstruction. The one-member threshold for the motion to vacate allowed this faction to repeatedly derail our efforts, distracting us from our mandate to govern effectively. Raising the threshold for the motion to vacate to 9 members is a common-sense solution that addresses these issues while maintaining accountability. This change ensures that leadership challenges are not frivolously pursued, but instead reflect a genuine collective concern shared by a broader group of members. It strikes a balance between protecting a speaker's ability to lead and preserving the right of members to hold leadership accountable. I was proud to be among the Republican Main Street Caucus members who collaborated with the House Freedom Caucus to reach this threshold agreement back in November. But let me be clear, this provision is not about silencing dissent, but about ensuring stability. It prevents the disruptive tactics of a small minority from overshadowing the work of the majority, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the will of the American people. This is about governing responsibly and showing that we can rise above internal discord to address the pressing issues facing our nation. As a husband, father to 3 daughters, and a Navy veteran, I understand the importance of leadership rooted in trust, discipline, and stability. Effective leadership requires the confidence of those you serve and the ability to make tough decisions without the constant threat of unwarranted challenges. This provision provides that foundation, ensuring that the Speaker can lead with strength while remaining accountable to this body and our conference. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a Congress that works for them, not one that is paralyzed by internal strife. Raising the threshold to the motion to vacate is a necessary step towards achieving that goal. I urge my colleagues to support this provision and the rules package as a whole. Let us show the American people that we are committed to governing responsibly and delivering the results they expect and deserve. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I just say to the gentleman who just spoke that I agree with him that he's got some problems in the Republican conference with some extremist members. He again keeps on using this word mandate. Again, I remind Republicans that they lost seats in the last election. You know, you can't claim that you have this mandate to do whatever the heck you want to do and then expect us to once again come to your rescue to save Speaker Johnson if one of the extremists, if 9 extreme members in your conference want to challenge him and vacate the Speaker's chair. So in any event, I just find it kind of mind-boggling that, again, my Republicans are living in this fantasy world where they think somehow they have this huge majority here. Look at the difficulty we witnessed today with electing a Speaker of the House. You guys are in charge. You have a mandate, and so put on your mandate pants and do the stuff that you say you want to do, or work with us in a bipartisan way to actually deliver for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledra Fernandez.
Members are advised to continue to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we begin a new session of Congress. Americans want us to address the high cost of living, help them buy a home of their own, and keep Social Security and Medicare alive. Well, it's a new year. The Republicans' rules package is the same old division, same old dysfunction and disregard for working families from the last 2 years. This rule automatically puts on the floor Republicans' top legislative priorities. Not a single one of their legislative priorities addresses the high cost of living. Not a single one allows amendments to make the bill better or more bipartisan. Republicans seem afraid of debate and amendments. I think it's because they are afraid that the more we debate their bills, the more Americans will hear that Republicans keep siding with the billionaire bros rather than standing with working families. Vote no on the rules package and vote yes for working families and women's health care.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rules package for the 119th Congress. As my colleagues have said before, the American people sent us a mandate in November to deliver on President Trump's America First agenda, focused on reining in the federal government, securing our borders, protecting the freedom of individuals, and ending once and for all the woke policies of the left that are holding our country back. This package before us will empower House Republicans to build off the important work begun last Congress and sets the stage for achieving serious wins for the American people. It paves the way for a Congress that can operate more efficiently and more transparently, and extends the power of the Judiciary Committee to continue the House's important work of investigating any potential corruption or crimes or misconduct that was perpetrated under the Biden and Harris administration. Finally, the rules package provides for immediate consideration of 12 measures that are focused on the issues the American people sent us here to solve: securing our borders, unleashing our domestic energy production, protecting communities from the flood of lethal fentanyl in our country, and standing up for life and liberty for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here with a majority to deliver real, lasting change. This rules package will help us ensure that the House can stay laser focused on delivering that change in the 119th Congress. I strongly support the rules package before us today, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, for the record, correct the gentleman on his use of the word mandate. I'm not sure he understands what it means. I think maybe we think it means different things. My Republican friends actually lost seats in the last election. They have the slimmest majority of any majority in nearly 100 years. And we've already seen the chaos and the disarray within the Republican conference when this rules package that we're debating today was delayed in coming to the floor because you had to satisfy your extremist members by making 2 rules changes. I mean, so I don't get it. But anyway, I'll just keep on correcting the record. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari.
Gentlelady from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of immigrant communities such as the one I come from and now proudly represent in Arizona's 3rd Congressional District. Like so many others in our district, I'm a proud daughter of immigrant parents who came to the United States for a better life. Immigrants are an integral part of our community, and their contributions to our culture, our economy, and spirit are irreplaceable. In my district, over 64 languages are spoken. It is Congress's responsibility to ensure that every person in this country has a chance at the American dream. But the extreme immigration bills attached to this rules package are just the latest of an onslaught of attack on our immigrant communities from extreme Republicans. Particularly, the provision to cut federal funding from jurisdictions that provide critical services, which would impact everything from roadway safety to public safety, is another desperate attempt to further target and punish our most vulnerable. We can have secure borders without scapegoating immigrant communities and promoting xenophobia. Nothing in this package works to bring down the cost of living, protect American workers, or tackle inflation and healthcare costs. Do not be fooled by these distractions. That's why I urge a no vote on this measure. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to support the rules package for the 119th Congress. Last November, the American people spoke, and Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Those same Americans are counting on us to deliver on the critical issues our country is facing, and this package begins that process, Mr. Speaker. It provides for consideration of 12 bills, including a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody illegal immigrants who have been charged in the United States with theft, a bill to make the assault of a law enforcement officer a deportable offense, and a bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of fracking. Mr. Speaker, energy and immigration are 2 of the reasons that the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. These issues are top of mind for almost all Americans, as are inflation, the tax code, our defense, and foreign policy. This package, Mr. Speaker, sets the tone, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this so we can get to work. With that,
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized with 13 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would just say, in response to the gentleman who just spoke, that the tone that is being set by the new Republican majority is that of chaos. Again, this rules package that we're debating today already had to be changed twice today because you couldn't get enough votes within your conference to pass it. And he's right. The American people did speak in the election, and they decided that Republicans should have fewer seats in the House. And at this point, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of fast-tracking culture war issues in the rules or cutting off dissent within the Republican conference, We should usher in the 119th Congress by prioritizing issues that Americans face daily. For example, how can we reduce the cost of prescriptive drugs so that Americans can afford to pay for life-saving care they need? During the last Congress, my Democratic colleagues and I introduced the Lower Drug Costs for American Families Act, which builds upon the historic progress of the Inflation Reduction Act by expanding the Medicare drug price negotiation program. The bill would combat big pharma's price gouging of the American people by increasing the number of drugs eligible for negotiation and ensuring that Americans with private health insurance have access to those lower prices. Hard-working American families shouldn't have to choose between paying for their medicine or paying for rent or other necessities, while drug companies continue to enjoy record profits. It's time for Congress to rein in corporate greed and expand the Inflation Reduction Act's historic drug cost-saving measures to more Americans. If we defeat the previous question, the gentleman from Massachusetts has said that he'll offer an amendment which will provide for the consideration of our legislation to lower drug costs as part of the rules package, so that we should defeat the previous question and Americans will then be able to enjoy those lower drug prices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady, and I thank the Speaker. And I rise today in support of the rules package for the 119th Congress. Mr. Speaker, passing this rule package will allow the People's House to be more efficient, effective, and transparent. The American people sent us here to deliver results, to thoughtfully craft legislation that will improve the lives of all Americans, to enact policies that will lower taxes, lower the cost of necessities like groceries and gas, and create jobs here at home. We have the responsibility to do this in this Congress. I support this rule package because it is good for the institution of the House. The package strengthens and affirms the Article I authorities and restores fiscal responsibility in government. Our constituents sent us here to legislate. Legislating is hard work. I've done it on 3 different committees. Legislating takes time to get right. I spent 2.5 years on a farm bill once and got it right. That's why this is imperative that we pass this package and get to work. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this rules package. But before I yield back, I must offer one final thought to my good friend. Maybe the question is not the size of the Republican majority in the United States House. Maybe the question is, why did the American voters give the presidency back to the Republicans? Why did the American voters give the United States Senate back to a Republican majority and at the same time left us in the majority? Maybe the soul searching needs to be, why are my friends still in the minority after all of that? I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, and I would just respond to the gentleman by saying, why did the American people decide that the Republicans should have fewer seats in the House of Representatives? Maybe the message they were sending is they want us to work together. And this rule package shows that the Republicans have no intention of working in a bipartisan way to get things done for the American people. Mr. Speaker, if the motion to commit is adopted, we will bring up H.R. 3899, the American Family Act, under a modified open rule so that all members can offer amendments to the bill, unlike the 12 closed rules that are actually contained in this package, completely closed. And Mr. Speaker, Democrats enhanced the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan to help families stay on their feet in the wake of the COVID pandemic. But families are still facing the rising costs of rent, groceries, and basic needs. That is why we must pass the American Families Act to make the improved child tax credit permanent and refundable. And Mr. Speaker, to discuss this motion, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the author of the American Family Act, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we conclude this rules debate, I will offer a motion to commit to add the expanded monthly child tax credit, the best antidote to the high cost of living and one of the most cost-effective programs in government ever. Instead of the Republican majority's corporate tax cut agenda, we cut taxes for the middle class and for children so that hard-pressed families everywhere can make ends meet. The child tax credit is the most effective tool we have in fighting against rising costs. It is about financial stability for families in a sea of uncertainty. That is why so many Republicans have their own proposals. Nothing in this rules package helps working people. Nothing in their first 12 bills would help working people. There is nothing about addressing rising costs. Make no mistake, a vote against the motion to commit means Republicans are raising taxes on the middle class in order to give away the farm to the biggest corporations and the wealthiest Americans. The expanded monthly child tax credit was the largest tax cut for working families in generations, a lifeline to the middle class. It drove the largest decrease in child poverty in history. People could pay their electric bills, fill their gas tanks, pay for child care, and more. It reached more than 61 million children, lifted 4 million out of poverty, and led to a 26% decline in hunger in families with children. With such a razor-thin majority, now is the time to make this a bipartisan tax cut for the middle class. Do the right thing. Vote yes on the motion to commit. Yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized with 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in strong support of the House rules package. This package maintains reforms at the 72-hour rule and the cut-go rule that we instituted in the 118th Congress. It also continues the Holman rule, requires CBO to review the inflationary impacts of certain legislation, increasing mandatory spending, officially eliminates the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and ensures that we have continuity in the speakership. It also allows electronic voting in committees, which I can tell you from my experience on the T&I committee has greatly shortened the time frame for voting and has made voting easier and more accurate. It codifies a current separate order of the House providing spending reduction accounts within appropriations bills so that members can actually save money during amendment debate. The rules also continue a number of good governance measures for the House, including prohibiting former members who are registered lobbyists or foreign agents from using House exercise facilities, improving the public availability of House documents in machine-readable formats, and ensuring that all House employees have appropriate access to the Ethics Committee and the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights. The House functions best when the rules allow us to function efficiently and effectively, and these rules do just that. Finally, the rules package makes in order 12 bills that show unequivocally our party's support for securing our border, standing up for the right to life, ensuring that only American citizens are allowed to vote for national office, providing lower cost energy for American families and businesses, and stopping the scourge of drugs like fentanyl from entering our communities. I'm so proud of the work that our Speaker has done, and I thank our entire leadership team for putting together this fair and forward-thinking package. I'll be casting my vote in favor of this package, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get a kick out of when Republicans try to take credit for the 72-hour rule, by the way, a rule that I wrote when I was chairman of the Rules Committee. And there are no changes to the 72-hour rule in this rules package. The only changes the Republicans made was they waived it a few times in the last Congress. In fact, they waived it on the continuing resolution bill, which was massive, that we dealt with before the holiday break. So, but anyway, I'm glad that some of the things that I put into place still remain, and I appreciate the nice words. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first start by congratulating you and our fellow colleagues for taking the oath of office today. This marks a new opportunity for us as Democrats and Republicans to work together on behalf of the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment to the current rules package to include the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, which would bring down the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, prescription drugs are too expensive. To quote President-elect Trump from January of 2017, when speaking about the pharmaceutical drug companies, he said, "These guys are getting away with murder." He supported, as does the lowering drug costs for American families, drug price negotiations in order to save money for American working families. This should not be a Republican or Democratic issue. In fact, it should be the first thing in this Congress that unites us together to solve problems for the American people. This amendment is a common sense proposal. It would make life-saving drugs more affordable for Americans on private health insurance, and it saves taxpayers money. In its first year, the Medicare drug price negotiation program passed under the Biden administration and the Democratic majority will save, as part of the IRA, Medicare $6 billion and the American people $1.5 billion more. In fact, CBO has predicted that the Medicare drug price negotiations under the IRA will save $100 billion over 10 years. DOJ should love this program. Now, this new amendment would expand the Medicare negotiated drug prices to include the private sector as well, saving the American people billions of dollars. This initiative is overwhelmingly popular among the American people. 85% of voters support the federal government negotiating prescription drug prices, including at least 3/4 of Republicans. My fellow Democrats and I are ready to work across the aisle on many solutions to lower health costs for Americans.
Gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
Let's show the American people.
Recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's show the American people that we can work together, especially for a program that was supported by President-elect Trump during the beginning of his last presidency. I encourage the inclusion of the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act in the rules package. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this rules package makes very clear what the Republican majority will not do in the 119th Congress. After presiding over the 118th Congress and enacting the least amount of legislation in history signed into law that actually benefits the American people, Republicans want to continue that tradition by fast-tracking 12 bills that do nothing to lower costs or raise wages for the American people. None of the bills prioritized in this package take on the biggest corporations and wealthiest individuals who profit from the high prices and junk fees and corporate concentration that's harming Americans across this country. Because guess what? These corporations and wealthy individuals are the ones that are controlling the Republican Party for their own benefit. Just look at the combined wealth of the individuals that Donald Trump has nominated for this cabinet. A total wealth of over $450 billion with a B dollars. And with all those conflicts of interest present and the ethics scandals of numerous Republican members, perhaps that's why this Republican majority no longer wants an Office of Congressional Ethics. That's right, they want to jettison ethics for, quote, conduct. This package tries to fool the American people by scapegoating immigrants and trans people in the hopes that it will distract you from the fact that the first move of Republicans in the 119th Congress is to do absolutely nothing to help you and your family build a better life. Vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the chair may reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for electronic voting on any question relating to House Resolution 5 that follows a 15-minute vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I am prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves her time and is prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
May I inquire how much time I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
Yep. Massachusetts has 4.5 minutes remaining, and the gentlelady from Minnesota has 13.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last election was one of the closest in history. Republicans have the slimmest majority in nearly a century. A shift of just a few thousand votes, and this chamber would be led by Democrats. But it seems my friends didn't get the message, and they don't get it still. They don't listen. Americans do not want Republican extremism. They want cooperation. They want Congress to focus on compromise, not chaos. They don't want the far right running this place. You know what? When I talk to people in my district, they're sick of all of this. They're sick of all of this. They're tired of the fighting, the toxicity, and the partisanship. They want us to work together to get stuff done. And the very first thing that Republicans are doing, they're making this place even more polarized, more toxic, and more dysfunctional. Republicans want to double down on the political infighting and the extremism. Even these rules are designed to ram through their extremism. Look closely at the bills that they are paving the way for. Anyone notice what is missing? They're not doing a single thing they promised to do. They ran on the economy. They talked about egg prices and gas. You know, where is that today? Nothing for workers, nothing to lower food prices, nothing about rent prices or helping people buy homes, nothing about inflation or prescription drugs, nothing on creating jobs, nothing on the economy. Someone should ask, what happened to all their promises? Was it all BS? And look at the people that they're putting in power. First of all, they're turning the White House cabinet into a junk drawer full of out-of-touch billionaires and insiders. Nobody who understands the struggles of regular people. His Treasury Secretary, a billionaire. His Education Secretary, a billionaire. All of his top secretaries, Health and Human Services, Energy, Interior. I mean, come on. This is a cabinet of millionaires and billionaires. These people don't pump their own gas. These people don't buy their own groceries. These are total trust fund babies that take helicopters to work, totally out of touch with reality. That's who Republicans are putting in charge. And here's the deal, and here's the reality. Democrats didn't win the last election, and we need to own that. We need to make changes from the ground up. We need to make sure we are of, by, and for the people. We need to do a better job of taking on corporate special interests. But let me be clear, we are not giving up. We are going to show up, and we are going to do what we were sent here to do. We will work with Speaker Johnson when we can, but we will not allow this House to become a rubber stamp for his extremist policies that help insiders and benefit millionaires and billionaires at the expense of everyone else. The American people deserve a hell of a lot better. And I promise you, Democrats will fight for a Congress that works for everyone, not just the powerful, not just the wealthy or the well-connected, but for everyone. That is our commitment and that is our promise. I yield back my time, Mr. Speaker, and I urge a no vote on this package.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to remind the ranking member that November brought us a House Republican majority, a Senate Republican majority, and President-elect Donald Trump. And we have work to do, and we are going to move forward. But before we do, I just want to, in response to the ranking member, I wanted to clear up a few things that he's been complaining about. The 118th Congress had numerous challenges, but that doesn't diminish the work that was accomplished to broaden the voices from the highest ranking to the rank and file by loosening a number of holdover provisions from the previous majority, enabling then Speaker Pelosi to maintain a vice-like grip over the House. In addition, it is important to highlight that the 118th Congress considered 83 structured rules, a 40% increase from the Democrat-controlled 117th Congress. For closed rules, more context is needed, as over a third of those closed rules were because no amendments were offered, making the rules closed by definition. Also, when it comes to amendments, while the minority may want to highlight the number, I'm sorry, you interrupted?
I asked, would you yield?
No.
Okay.
I'm finishing my closing.
Time. She may resume.
Thank you. When it comes to the amendments, while the minority may want to highlight the number of blocked amendments, this does not take into account amendments that were not eligible for consideration because of the points of order that lay against them. And it is important to highlight that over 3,000 amendments that were made in order in the 118th Congress, over 1,000 of which were bipartisan or minority-led amendments. But we are really here to move forward. And I want to again congratulate Speaker Johnson, and I am excited to get to work and deliver results for the American people. That is why I support this rules package. This package includes 12 rules that set the tone for House Republicans to hit the ground running and deliver on our commitment to the American people. These bills will help secure our borders, protect our communities, counter China's influence, and restore sanity in the federal government. Part of this package includes a bill that prevents federal funding from going to illegal aliens in sanctuary jurisdictions. An overwhelming number of voters chose to support President Trump's plan to remove certain illegal aliens from our country, states, and cities that choose to ignore the will of the people and violate federal law should not receive federal funding. I am particularly eager to vote for a bill that protects newborns. It requires healthcare practitioners to exercise the proper degree of care for an infant who survives an attempted abortion. I am not sure how anyone elections, things that the American people have sent us here to do. For too long, Democrats have been pushing a woke agenda and frankly benefits criminals more than our own citizens. These bills are common sense, and they are what the American people voted for. This rules package will help us move swiftly to deliver on our promise to the American people and help President Trump with his American First agenda. I look forward to voting for this rules package, and I look forward to our work ahead with Speaker Johnson, Senate Leader Thune, and President Trump. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of the previous question on the resolution.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion Chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 15. This is a 15-minute vote.
The first legislative vote here of the 119th Congress as members consider a package of rules that will govern the House and all related committees for the next 2 years. Also included an increase in the threshold for requesting the removal of the Speaker from 1 to 9 Republican members, eliminating the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and allowing committees to permit electronic voting. The resolution also renames the Oversight and Accountability Committee to the Oversight and Government Reform Committee and allows the chair of the Judiciary Committee to issue subpoenas for Biden-related investigations at the Justice Department. Additionally, it sets up debate for 12 bills at a time to be determined by Republican leadership. So 3 votes here at the start of the 119th Congress. Members will begin with a vote on an effort to end debate here and conduct an immediate vote on the rules. After that, we expect a vote on a motion to send the legislation to committee, and finally a vote on approval of the rules guiding the 119th Congress. That will be a 5-minute vote. Well, House Speaker Johnson was reelected on the first ballot today after 2 Republicans, Keith Self from Texas and South Carolina's Ralph Norman, were persuaded to change their votes to support Mr. Johnson. Amount of time as those conversations took place, mostly off the floor. There are reports confirmed by Representative Self that President-elect off the floor. There are reports confirmed by Representative Self that President-elect Trump begins to re-elect Representative Johnson. There are also photos from the floor of Georgia are in this vote. We will show you Speaker Johnson's remarks after being re-elected.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, all of our treasured colleagues here.